Okay, I believe we're live. Hello, everyone who is watching in the VODs in the future, and or anyone who just joined in at frame 1. Welcome to day 18 of making a game in like 3 weeks, which is like 21 days. We're still chugging towards it, and hopefully we can make it happen. If not, maybe I add an extra week and have a little something to just kind of check how much we got done within those 3 weeks. But either way, we're going to continue off last time. Last week we got a big win that I'm very happy about, which is the fact that we got the culling actually working, though it's not as performant as we would have liked. So, what's going on, Flip Flop? Glad to have you here. Yeah, you are indeed first. Welcome, friend. So we got our object culling thing working, which is awesome. I'm very happy about that. But it's not performing the way we want it to. It's not performing the way we want it to. If I go onto the Discord, I have some numbers about it. There's a super simple thing I did to kind of improve it, but it's not acceptable for mobile devices. So to kind of catch you up, let's even go to the player real quick. What's going on, Doc, y'all? So let me go to, where is the player? Where is the player? Here is the player. And we shall move them to be their original position, which is about 6. And I think the idea should still be exemplified there. So we try running it. So you're going to see how, unless it's not working the way I want it to, in which case that's bad. Yeah, here we go. So there's only a certain number of objects you want to have be visible, which are going to be the ones that are in screen. So we have like this whole array of objects that are going to be, we're kind of recycling. And okay, we have to inspect some logic here, because it's not actually working exactly as intended. And I know we have the correct volume of objects, so it's probably something to do with the pool. And the fact that we go backwards changes things is kind of interesting. Thank you, Elated. I appreciate it, man. So, you're seeing how this is working though right now, and we're operating at around 50 FPS, averaging around 51, 52. That's not how it was before. It was actually averaging around like 5 or 6 FPS. But we managed to make some small tweaks to kind of improve it, which, I mean, great, I'll take those. We went from, here's the numbers. We went from having it originally be taking about 108 milliseconds total to do that, to about 6.8 milliseconds here. So 13 milliseconds total. And that was just removing the logging. What's going on, G-Man and Fine Soda? Hey, good to see you, Zero. Yeah, I'm doing some game development right now, G-Man. And I'm tackling a new issue, which is that now we have our object culling kind of working the way we want it to. However, it is not fast enough. Removing the logging, the debug log stuff there was helpful for getting this to work. Still odd that it's behaving in this manner. I guess we're not fully done with this yet, but it's way closer to how it's supposed to be. Where like objects that are going to be outside of the screen are going to be disabled, and objects that are in screen are going to be enabled. Anyways, but we need to make this faster. So there's some things I'm looking at doing. We're going to look at the profiler to get some additional information, some knowledge, some graphs, some math, some formulas. Okay, maybe not, just some numbers. And we're going to let that dictate our strategy here. How do you know this stuff? Using analyzers. So if we look at the code, in fact, let's open up Writer right now. And it's a general handy thing. I think we've talked about this before, where it's like, hey, if you're going to try doing optimizations, you should actually have some numbers for comparison. So there's some value in doing things the naive way, getting data from that, and then start making your optimizations to deal with that. Half of that, though, is going to be getting the data, right? So in Unity land, we have things, or a thing called the analyzer profiler. And basically, the way it works is that when I press play, we're going to get a little snapshot of how long things are taking to process in the game. So I can stop and we can click, and this is the data for a single frame, and we can see how long things are taking to execute. Now, in your code, you can mark things so that they can pop out specifically, so you can look at what a specific chunk of code is, or how long a specific chunk of code is taking to execute. So in this case, in the game board, you'll see that in the update function here, I have this profiler begin sample, and it's called gameboard.update. That's what GB stands for. And then I have an additional sampler for some sub parts of this function. So we were checking to see how long this part takes, the updating model, and then seeing how long it takes to do this part, the object culling. So anyways, we mark the code we want to see how long it takes to execute. And then when we go here, the easiest way for me to look at it is to actually go through the hierarchy and then type in GB. And you'll see, okay, these are the areas, the chunks of code that we marked, and we can see how long they're taking. This total one is taking 12 milliseconds to execute, and the different subcomponents of it are taking about 6.56 and 6.28 to allocate. Part of that's a GC, garbage collection allocations. But yeah, so we have a means of inspecting how well this thing's performing, and any changes we make, we can test it and compare it against this to understand just how good or how bad or how negligible our changes are going to be. So in fact, I think we're going to do something here because I don't want to forget this data. So we're going to move this over here, and I'm just going to go into, like, I don't know, Neovim. Or actually, I should go to, I don't want to go about this. We're going to go through Ranger. We're going to go to Projects. We're going to go to Fight and Flight. We're going to go to Fight and Flight Deluxe. Or maybe just here. Yeah. Whoops. There we go. Perf data. You can go here, and then we can make a new file. Let's call it gameboard.perf. We can save the entire thing, but I just want to have a specific snapshot to modify. Do I have to actually do vim and then... Okay, here we go. So, GB update is taking about, right now, 12.85 to execute, and then some parts of it are going to be the gb.update object call. In fact, we're not going to even do this hierarchy. We're just going to, and it's taking about 6.56 milliseconds to execute, and then our model update is taking about the same. So I already have an idea of what I want to try approaching, or how I want to try approaching improving execution time. Some initial strategies are going to be like, okay, what allocations are we doing, or where are we doing allocations? Is there redundant stuff? What have you, right? Can we avoid iteration? We've done some steps to avoid iteration, but This is not the, maybe there's other ways. And then finally, the one I like going to is just going to the job system and /burst compilation. So making our code native code, which is faster. And then this even opens up possibilities of parallelization. Though it's gonna be it might be limited how hard we can go with this, because keep in mind the lowest budget for this game is this phone. It's like $40 and it has I think 8. Actually, I don't know. My main phone has 8 cores. Let me see how many. Do I have Tmux installed on this? I don't, because I don't have any internet access on this at all. Okay, we'll look at the specs later. But there's some considerations when it comes to how we go about doing the parallelization in the job systems for mobile. So that's the general gist of approaching this. What's going on, guys? Let me catch up in chat real quick. Something. How do you know this stuff? Just time, man. What's the objective of the game? The objective of the game is to go as fast as you can to the end of the level, and then you get transported to the next level. What's going on, Mavros? And what's going on, Soda Snake? So this is kind of the space we're occupying right now, or what we're trying to tackle today on stream, and we're going to see if we are either successful in improving performance. Yeah, there's also some logic issues that we're going to have to address, but we'll deal with that when we deal with that. So let's take a look at the way our code is structured. There's a consideration as well for this whole culling business, where we don't have to do this on update. Instead, we can just check a set intervals to see if we need to cull objects or not. But that's just kind of moving the problem around. It means that most of the frames are going to be smooth, and there's going to be one frame every X amount of time that's going to be very chunky. So I don't think that's good. So let's just make this actually fast. Let's just make this actually decent, shall we? So the good thing is that these methods are both kind of equally bad, but let's see. My hunch right now with this guy is that we would be able to. We should be able to. So I almost want to have this iterate. I want to see if we can change the iteration of here, because right now we're iterating between the lower and upper bound X range, which, that is good. That's much better than iterating through the entire buffer, but I wonder if we can iterate only on the cross sections. I don't think we can, though. Something else I'm thinking about is that when it comes time to actually build this game object, we're doing this whole entity thing. And I wonder if by going from this area where we're dealing with just contiguous data that's already kind of cache friendly, when there comes a time to actually create the entity or construct the entity, if that is blowing that. So I almost want to experiment with having this produce a list of objects to construct, and then in a second iteration, but a smaller iteration, we go through that array or list or whatever and actually construct these guys here and then modify this. Yeah, because these are not actually that big. In fact, I almost want to kind of get a there might be a bunch of instances of this, though. It'll be cool to get a cross-section of this single loop to see where the bulk of the slowdown is coming from. It's interesting that they're both the same amount, because this is a far smaller loop. It's iterating over the game object that actually exists in there. What's going on here? Are you good at discrete maths or mathematics? I'm aware of stuff in discrete maths. I've had to learn it for schooling, and I've had to look at papers related to it for tackling certain things, but I wouldn't say I'm super good at discrete math. Or maybe even good at discrete math. I wouldn't even venture that far. Any recommendations how to start? You just got to do it, man. Just Google. Do a simple project. Start super simple. Try recreating a text-based, I don't know, tic-tac-toe game or hangman type game or something like that, and then kind of build up from there. Or if you want to, if you're really focused on games, then you can always do start with a game engine like Unity or Godot or Unreal, and then trying to do stuff there. I'm using Unity right now. So all your questions, there's probably a good chunk of the questions that can be answered with this help command. But I'm pretty sure there's a CRT command among some other stuff, so hopefully that should be helpful to you. Perf rhymes with nerf. We're gonna see, man. Maybe we're gonna end up nerfing this game. So I'm gonna start with this. Yeah, let me start with this actually. So let's do, because this is what does create entity do? In fact, slot is an entity type. So we can have an array of entities. Call it creation list. I don't think I have to actually specify stack alloc. Or do I have to make this a span specifically? I don't know. I don't get enough opportunities to actually use stack alloc. Yeah, there you go. It has to be a span. Okay, cool. And then we have to have some kind of int const. Max created entities. I don't know. Maybe make it 100,000 or something. I mean, I know you could work out the math for the number of indices, but I'm gonna start with this, with something that I think should for sure cover our needs, and then finally a creation count. I'm using C#. It's poofy. Not answered by your command. As to why? Oh, here's your explanation for the why. Oh man. So anyways, so these are the things we are creating, and I think now we're gonna replace this. We're gonna instead have a separate step for the creation, and we're gonna do int I 0. Oh my goodness, I can't type today. I less than creation count, and then I plus plus. And then creation count, we're going to initialize you to 0 so you don't get angry. And anytime we get to this stage, we're going to increment creation count. And we're going to set creation array. In fact, we have to do it this order, and then we're going to do this create. No, it's going to be slot. Perfect. And then finally, we'll do things here. and it's just going to be and then that's a slot position. Oh, that creates the entity. Okay, yeah. Place this with E, and then we can go here and do E dot position, and then that should work. Cool. And all right, we're gonna try this, see if this changes anything significantly. I'm hoping it does, because I'm thinking most of the cost is coming from probably busting cache in this iteration. So we're gonna go here and we're gonna see how this works. I mean, that's my assumption, but we're gonna find out now. Is C# hard to learn? I don't think so. I think it's actually a very nice language to work in. It gives you a lot of freedom in a bunch of different levels, and it's also like most of the things you learn in C# are gonna be applicable to a lot of different languages. Like there's some ideas from C# that can be applicable to C++. There's some ideas that are applicable to other, I was able to pick up TypeScript very quickly because C# is very similar to that in Java and whatnot. But then there's some more advanced stuff that's pretty cool. Like, hey, C# allows you to do unsafe, and that's fun. Okay, let's try this, see if this works. How do you remember all these commands, man? Just time. You get used to it. Once you start using Vim motions, it's great. Coding for fun was so good to LLMs. Good. They can just do so much boilerplate quick. I mean, you don't have to use LLMs. You don't have to do that to yourself, man. I don't use any LLMs for any of the stuff I do. Like, you can go through my channel's backlog and you'll see that everything is just me coding it out. What are you making? I'm working on a game about Lama. What's Lamoa? I don't know anything about Lamoa. Here's the specs. So I'm making a game and I'm implementing this culling thing, and now we're just doing some perf. So we're gonna run the game, see how it works. I have the analyzer up here, so I'm running. And we're gonna see if things work how I want them to at all. So far, not really. There's some weird business going down here. Actually, I'm not seeing any of the objects called. Okay, there's an index out of range exception, so it probably broke from that. Okay, where is this index out of range happening? It's happening here. So what's the issue here? We have creation count. We have creation count initialized to 0, so that's no bueno. We have this pre-allocated to max created. Are we going beyond the bounds of that? Is that why we're trying to assign beyond the size of a? Actually, I'm kind of curious about that now, because how are we exceeding 1,000 objects being marked in range? Like, that's very bizarre to me. Or is great if it's greater than, or if it's less than. Let me do this, and that should be good, I believe. That should be good. I also like to print out a warning. Oh, that's gonna. Oh, the warning is what's gonna be the bad thing, because it's gonna negate the preferred looking for. Because it's gonna make it slower, so it's not an apples to apple comparison. Whatever. Let's see if this guards things enough for me. Okay. So this is actually kind of slightly worse now. It's like 47, 50. It's like averaging 48 frames per second. I wonder if my offsets are just wrong. Honestly, it might be that. Okay, so we pause this. I'm gonna bring up the profiler here. Let's see how long things are taking. So yeah, time increased from like 6 point something to 9 point something. So, and I'm imagining it might be from the allocation. So let me try something then. Before we go down the job rabbit hole. I think jobs are just gonna be the way we have to do things, but and there's some logic we need to fix here with this culling. It's weird that it's behaving this way. It works great when you're going backwards, not forwards. I think it might be a weird value offset thing. Okay, so let's see if I can try to handle this. Let's see if we can handle this in some way. So instead of allocating here, what if we actually pass this data explicitly? So like we have some pre-allocation ahead of time. I want this to be like contiguous though, but I'm not sure how much that's gonna. Span's no longer gonna be working here. Okay. And this is actually just straight up an input parameter, not even in out. It's not even an array, it's like a pre-allocated buffer. So we have this list, we have this, or this array, and then we have this other array here. This is mad for some reason. Why are we mad? Conflicting variable name defined, because it's defined in the scope, but we're not going to use this in scope definition. These are like super, that's not my worry here, so I'm not even going to worry about this. That's required for that, but this is fine. So I wonder if this changes anything. Because now it's like allocated once. And then why are we mad here in update model? Oh, because I don't provide the correct data, do I? Creation buffer. Okay, go back here. See if we compile. Love the setup. Thank you, Meat. I'm glad you dig it, man. Yeah, I'm using Ubuntu with i3. You got it right, Toma. Good eyes. Lucas made LMOA. Is Julia... Oh, God, video game development. I never used Julia. Honestly, I like just basic C, if I'm gonna be real with you. I've tried Godot. I don't like it. It's not for me, but I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yums. There's plenty of good things about Godot that I think people enjoy, but I think if I'm gonna hop, or when I jump from Unity, it's gonna be to my own game engine, which is still in progress right now. Did this recompile? Thanks, Zero. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's an ergodox. It's good old-fashioned ergodox. Good old-fashioned ergodox. So how are we doing in terms of perf? Any worse? Maybe even slightly worse, I think. Let's see here. No, actually slightly, I guess slightly better. It's like 7.78 instead of 8 milliseconds. Oh, that's an object call. Actually, the model update is actually around like 6.9, 6.8. That's the thing we modified. Compared to this, it was like 6.28 before. You know, with all this in-out business we have going on here, I almost just want to have like even if we're not using the job system, which we're probably going to end up just doing that anyways, but there's probably a benefit to just structure this the way the job system is kind of laid out, where we have like a struct that contains all the data that's needed and like the allocated amount of data for the output. Yeah, I kind of want to do that actually. I think I might extract these into a separate function. Half of it's going to be like, if we do jobs, half of it's going to be there. The other half, the object culling thing, though, we can't really escape it because you have to modify. We're modifying actual game objects here. Unless, because you have this. Yeah, I know we're modifying game objects. We're getting this whole poolable. That's how we're doing the object pooling, is getting stuff in and then returning things out. What's going on, Alpha? Yeah, you got it right. It's a Ergodox. There's some giveaway. I guess you aren't a Godot guy. There are some giveaways. What could have possibly given it away? I mean, not really, Mohammad. I just like it. There's an added benefit of playing retro games on it, where you get nice pixel blending that normally doesn't happen on on LCD screens, which is cool. When I do pixel art, it's kind of fun to be able to do art for that, but yeah, I just like it. It's different. It's fun. It's not the same as my normal day job stuff. What's going on, Draco? It's good to see you, man. Okay, we're gonna just do the thing, I think. Where's Ranger? Let's make another instance here. Projects. Where's Fight and Flight? There's Fight and Flight. There's Fight and Flight Deluxe. Assets. I believe this is in levels, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it's in gameplay. Oh, there's a board chunk manager there. I think we're gonna move things eventually here anyway, so I think we're just gonna make ourselves a model update.cs. Okay. Recompiling, of course. Model update. CS, here we go. Okay, cool, and we can start kind of having I mean, it's basically kind of a constructor, but whatever, it's going to pass in everything that's required for this. Though there's going to be a few more things. Though it might simplify things, because in this cull object doesn't have to have all these parameters. Instead, we can just... I mean, we can do that still. Pass the parameters directly from the struct. I don't know, it doesn't really matter as much. Actually, before I even do this refactor, I'm kind of curious about something. If this has Like, how much impact does this have? We have these aggressively inline statements here for these functions. I want to see how much that impacts the update model time, out of curiosity. We're averaging around like 6.38 milliseconds with like the old implementation. Now we're down to 42 milliseconds, 43 milliseconds. And if I grab a random frame, our model update, wait, what? Our model update is taking like 55.99 milliseconds instead. 6.4. Okay, well, let me clear and then play. Okay, stop it. 6.7, 8.8. Okay, never mind. I think that was like old data. 6.76, 7.04, 8.29. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We're still keeping those. I just want to check. Oh, we still have the current implementation with the creation list, though, separated, so maybe that's not the best thing. Here's the keyboard. Python, now we're doing C#. Could have the same consistency with modern equipment, or does the old school vibe help you? I mean, this is just peripherals. I just like it's just fun. I like it. I enjoy it. So, I find myself just going, why not? Okay. If I want to do a fair comparison, I need to get rid of the creation buffer, but... oh well. So this will be modifying. See, this would be weird because at the end of the day, we still need this buffer. I guess it's set once though, so we can just... or maybe even better, we can have this entity be the owner of the buffer of data. Also, I think, let me undo the implementation I did here with this like creation list, because I don't think it's actually, I think it made things actually slower from the data we kind of read. So cool idea, not actually necessary in this case. I wonder if it's like accessing this, oh my bad, I wonder if accessing this is also kind of an issue, because this is just somewhere else completely. Like, I wonder if there's a way to have, and again, I guess another argument to have everything just kind of be contiguous, right? Have not only have the buffer be stored by this struct here, but then also have this dictionary of the lookups to, oh, but you know what? If I do convert this into an actual proper job, that's not gonna work good. So I almost feel inclined to have like a separate thing that's like board state. That'll also have references to like these game objects, but then like instead of doing a dictionary, we can just have like a double buffer, like an array of vector 2s and an array of game objects, and then that's how, like, that way, and we can have, like, because we know how big this should be able to go and how it should not exceed that number, so we can have a set number to allocate ahead of time. That way, when it comes to run this, it's not okay, let's do this then. Where are we? Start. Okay, that's the function creation pipeline. We're gonna yoink all these methods. That's everything we need there. And we're gonna be yoinking. There's like consts. Maybe this is stuff that can be configured directly in here. Like, yeah, sure, I know these are constant here, but as far as this state is concerned, it's very malleable, so these actually have to be made assigned explicitly by the outer thing that's going to be creating it. So we have to have like this. Let me just make it like a constructor. Let's type better. Something like this. Yoink these guys. Bring it down here. Yeah, I don't feel like I have enough good intuition about how I want these to not be reconfigurable. Like, this is going to be something that's just set once and that's it. My goodness, come on. There we go. Okay, and that should work. Should probably rename this as well. Be more reasonable, but actually, do I want to? Maybe I should have. I think I have all the functions here actually. Yeah, no getting the player's position here either. My bad, that was my laundry. Okay, this solves some of the problems here. There's still some weird stuff going on here. I don't know why this is unhappy. Oh, maybe because this is no longer a const. This is something that can be modified because this is... We changed this from being a const now read-only. Okay, what's going on here? What's going on here? What that is, can you teach me? There's quite a lot going on here. There's kind of layers to this. Like, this is a... There's a larger project that's going on that's like a 3-week game. And in that, we're doing this whole like object cooling and pooling and recycling thing. And in that specific thing that we're encountering, we are dealing with a performance issue now and trying to make it logic that currently seems to work pretty all right. For the most part, there's some issues I need to fix there, but trying to make it faster than it currently is because it's kind of not acceptable for the platforms you're going for. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, that's 6 Sabru. Or Sabru. So there you go, Christian. Hopefully that explains things. So this code makes an application. Yeah, this is the code for a game. No performance, as in imagine choosing a car to race on a specific track. You choose it based on your track, right? I mean, you can kind of, there's like different ways of wrestling with performance in code, right? In that analogy of a track, one option is, hey, what if you just shorten the track? Like if your goal is to get, like this is a weird way to think about it, right? But sometimes the solution isn't making the car go faster, but rather making the track shorter. And there's certain problems where you can do that. So like in this case here, we have this huge pre-allocated buffer for all the different entities that can exist in the game. It's like somewhere around here. Let's see if I can find it. I think I deleted all this stuff, didn't I? I believe I did. Let me undo that deletion. So, okay, here. So we have this humongous buffer called model, right? And it's like the size of board width and board height. Instead of iterating through all of that, because I know we only need to iterate through a certain region, we actually iterate through a small subsection of that. So instead of iterating through, I don't know, thousands and thousands of entities, we're actually iterating through like hundreds, right? So that's an example of, hey, we're not making the code faster, we're just reducing the length of the track because we know specific things about this. There's other times where it's not just a matter of doing that, or maybe you can't shorten the track any faster than it currently is, in which case it's like, all right, then let's go a level faster. So make this car go faster. So like the thing I bring up is that Unity has this thing called a burst compiler. They have a job system, but then they have this thing called the burst compiler, which allows you to compile your code into native code, which is significantly faster, right? You have to structure your code in a very particular way, but if you abide by the rules of it and use the data structures they have set for you and all that kind of stuff, you have access, you basically make the same code faster, right? So right now I'm kind of exploring those two different areas of performance, right? I'm trying to see if we can make this track shorter in some ways, and then I'm also seeing how this might look like if we decide to make the car just faster. And then there's different additional considerations because it's not just a game for PC, it's a game for mobile. So, and I'm trying to make this run well on a cheap $40 phone here. So, yeah, there's some specific considerations that we have here. Okay, so we have this model job, we specify this, that's cool. We're gonna make this be the owner, I think, of all the data as well. So we might even change this from being a job to instead be like, hey, this is the, I don't know. Actually, it's good that we had the model thing here because let's undo all this. 1 second, guys. What else do we have here? We had board length and meters. We have this. Yeah, I want to have that. We also have this view, which we also are going to need. We have board width and board height. These are not constants though, which is terrible. Maybe I should just keep them constants. Maybe I should just do that instead of doing this whole shenanigans. Yeah, like why not? Why not have this be the predicator of everything? Yeah, just keep things simple. And then we have this private entity model equals entity this, that. I don't know why you're mad. Especially since I changed this to be non-static struct member cannot have initializer. Oh, because we're in a struct, that's why. So we're gonna have to do some kind of initialization. Okay. As for this dictionary of game objects, this is where things get weird. Because I kind of want this to be... Well, we're going to do something here too as well, right? Where we're going to have like a... the way I envision it is that we're going to have like two arrays. Array of vector 2s. If I can actually type the syntax correctly. And this would be keys. And then an array of game objects. Values. Though I think the only place that slows down that could be impacted by this, I guess, is in the tail end of model where you do this addition but even then that's called like once per frame. I don't even think that's the case. I don't think this is even the issue, if I'm gonna be real with you. Maybe before I go through this whole restructure, I should actually do a little bit more testing in the original implementation before we go full scorched earth with this and just see what else could potentially be the cause of this. There we go. Everything commented out now. I can return this when I want to. In fact, even before I even do that, let me actually just correct the logic as well. I want to make sure I actually have this behaving the way I actually intended to see it behave before we do this little performance boost. And see what exactly is going wrong with this. The fact that going backwards is showing the objects I want to see and not the other way around. So let's see here. Go. Oh yeah, index outer range. Index outer range. Do we still have the creation? Yeah, we're still doing the creation buffer thing. Do I want to do... Do I still want to do this? Thought it'd be good, but I don't think it's actually good. I'm gonna be real with you. Here we go. Yeah, we don't never do this. We don't do this assignment anymore. Instead, we just do slot. No more. We're still doing this empty iteration there too. Is this view add it is happening in here though. Maybe I should do some more samples just to see how much of an impact that has. In fact, I want to get a slice of of a measurement for this, for like one iteration, where we do indeed go here. That's gonna be a bit weird. I mean, we can be extra, but it's gonna add extra overhead to the measurements. That's the thing. So we can yoink this and throw it here, but where is it? Here, calc range. Yeah, like we can go into, when we go into iteration here and be like, hey, this is a particular instance, and instance I or whatever. So we could do that. And then we can do... But the thing is, like, the time here is going to be so small for the iteration that... I don't know, let's just do it and see what we glean from it and then go from there. It's literally just going to be these two elements. And then what's the compile error over here? Oh, you're right, because this doesn't exist anymore. Okay, let's just run it. Oh, I have to actually, yeah, it's building. Let's go. For cursor, is it just a force of habit for you? What's going on? What is the logic behind leaving your insert cursor toggled? What do you mean insert cursor toggled? Like staying in insertion mode? So, show skill and some small tasks, get good reviews. Okay, I guess that's, you guys are talking about some portfolio stuff. I did at least 1 month of work in 1 day with just a little help. Don't use and get F. What is that? I'm not sure what the context is. Okay. So we ran this. And let's see where the breakdown is happening. How this like single iteration looks like. And hey, we have all the single little iterations here. So we have update. Okay, let's go. Let's look for a specific one. Let's do like 0. And by golly, look at that. Most of the time is spent in this frame on this creation. Like 0.07 out of 0.08. Is it loading? Actually, let's clear this. No, there's no way that it's old data, because this is from runtime. Oh, actually, I think the way we structured this is wrong too. I think the way I've structured this is wrong, because I'm realizing now we have a bunch of continue statements, like here and here, which will prematurely end this. Will allow the sample to continue for a few different frames. So we should probably guard these specific scenarios within this iteration. Yeah. We start this and then and sample, and then and sample. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that should hopefully. All right, let's try to collect some better data now. It's compiling domain. What's going on here, guys? Reaching out to them and showing them your previous work. Easy $200. Oh yeah, true. I don't know. I feel like I usually stay in command mode or cursor mode. I don't know. I can't really say. There's a lot of like little habits I've developed. Like I know you like usually go up and down in command mode when I'm thinking about stuff. Okay, let's just run it. Of course, site. Okay. Stop here. Okay, let's do like 0. Okay, we have like 0, 1. A bunch of 1s. So what is going on here? All right, let's look at this frame. Update cycle 1000. So I'm not getting much time here at all, actually. There's nothing to measure. It's like 0 milliseconds. So maybe this is not the, unless this is I think that's probably because it's an early return. Let me find a place where that's not the case. I mean, let's keep going through this. Oh, right, and I can't just do, because it's not guaranteed to have one, because we're only iterating through the places in the code that actually have instances of. Okay, yeah. So let's go based off of time then. What's this example of one where we've gone through the creation? Okay, so for example, 384. So in this scenario, yeah, most of the time is spent in creation. So yeah. Yeah, 0.03 of how much? 0.03. So if you want to make the model update faster, I think that the culprit here for our massive slowdown is in this area right here, which I'm assuming honestly is even just the model. So before I do this movement, let me try that idea we had where we have like where we kind of break this down into a very local array, like 2 arrays, and so we have this instead. We're gonna have to have some kind of I don't know, view max for this to work the way I have it in mind. Let's actually work out the math. Like realistically, what's the maximum amount of objects that are gonna be in view? And I believe I have update model here, and then we have our buffered start and buffered end. Actually, do we do this up here? Yeah, I believe here's where we define the left and right margin, which is going to be, the left and right margin is going to be, what? 5 meters. How am I going with that? So it's what, 2 slots plus board cell length in meters. So it's like 50. It's like 2 plus 10, so 12. 12. The maximum number of slots on the X is like 12. And then as for the max Y, that's easier. It's just cull half height. So in this case it's 2, so it's gonna be 4. And it's essentially just gonna be 12 times 4. So let's go up here. And then these are going to be allocated to that size. Do you have to actually do the thing? Yeah. I think for arrays I have to do that explicitly. Okay. Of course, made the up. Oh. Okay, no, this should be fine. It's a class type. It's gonna be byte reference. Okay, we're good. Okay, so we have our max. Maybe add a padding as well. Why not? Like, add a 1.5. 1.2 padding. Oh wait, I can't do that. I can only make it twice as much. Okay, let's add make it 5 and 3. That's our padding. Yeah, whatever. And then where's all utilizations of this board? Width and height. Oh, here's the view. So things are gonna be mad. It's okay. In fact, let me do something else real quick. I really should just memorize the line numbers. I keep forgetting to do that. Oh, I guess these are just members, right? What's going on here, guys? C# for Unity. Yep, we're doing it. It's to be on desktop. Autofill. What are you programming or developing? I'm making a game in like 3 weeks, and this is day 18, and trying to do some culling stuff. Most largest class. That is not the large, dude. If this is, you have not seen what I have seen, man. I mean, of course, I want this to be broken up. That's the goal eventually, but this is definitely not the largest, a very large class. To compile and deploy as is. Just have the people on their phones just get a bigger phone. Why are people not installing GPUs? Installing NVIDIA 4080s on their mobile phones? That's not an issue of implementation. That's an issue of users. I forgot my train of thought. Oh yeah. Yeah. So if we're gonna do this, we have to have our own like contains function. And then set. Like there's like, oh my goodness, we're gonna have to have another table to this as well, which is like, does it exist or not? You could do just a null check on the value, but if you just want to check the key, like I should make this a separate class for sure. If I'm gonna go all the way to just make this implementation exist. Like we're basically making our own, like, heck, screw it. We're just gonna do that. We're just gonna do it. Not private. You can make it generalized later. We'll worry about that later. If I care enough about doing it that way. Okay, I guess we'll make it a class. And then, or maybe I should actually just keep this a struct. Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I? I'm sorry, I just saw this disappear for a second. Okay, that works for me. Okay, seems good to me. That's some basic stuff. Like, what do we explicitly use here? So we use, okay, we contain key, and we have add, okay. Okay. This add is a Boolean. I think it's true or false. True if it worked and false otherwise. Contains key. In this case, it's a vector 2. Yeah, so make this a generic at some point probably, because I'm pretty sure this is not the last time I'm going to encounter this kind of thing. And then add is going to be, and then game object value. Okay, that's like the two major things we need, right? This also has an iterator. We have to allow iteration through the key value pairs. Oh my goodness. Or maybe we just pretend, we just act like I'm still in C land and everything is just public here. Like, maybe we're just crazy like that. Where we say, you know what? I know what I'm about. This also needs a remove. Yeah, I think we actually do use a remove. There's return to pool, but I know for a fact we have to, yeah, remove. There we go. We're good. Just screw it, man. Who cares? I'm the captain. I can be as deranged as I want to be. Just to make this all fit together, hopefully contiguous. If I want to be an extra, like, ensure, because this is doing this like, because I want it to be like contiguous and not have to be like a reference that you have to, the class has to go somewhere else. Like, this is going to be part of the class data. I'm hoping. But I know there's like a struct layout thing you can do as well to specify, hey, this is when this is going to exist in this position in memory, and then it's going to exist in this position in memory. But I actually don't, for this, I don't know how it's going to, I don't have this, like, I don't know. I don't know enough to be like, hey, is it actually worth to do that, or is it, am I paying a price for having it not be aligned correctly and it's just inefficient? Either way, we have these APIs now, and now we should implement it, which should be pretty quick, I'm assuming. If I want to be a nerd, I feel like there's got to be a way to map a vector 2 position into an index. Like, have some kind of hashing function so that if you're given a vector 2, you can just use that hash function to calculate the position in the vector array. But I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just gonna, in fact, can I make this a span? Is that a thing I can do? I can do that. Is span better for fields? I don't know. Well, we're gonna find out something today. We're gonna find out something today. Instead of doing it like this, we're just gonna iterate through. Okay. So you should probably do the whole, wait, what am I doing? Equals key. Otherwise, bad things happen. Actually, returns true. I'm done. What's going on here, guys? Ask how memory alignment is going to pan out with all these data members in your class not being arranged from largest to smallest. Yeah, that's a thing as well. In fact, I probably should do that. Oh. Yeah, like this would probably have to be... Actually, no, this is correct. Actually, I think it is correct. It is aligned that way. Because in the memory, it's not going to be game objects that are stored here. It's going to be like a pointer to a game object, which is like however amount of bits it is on the system, like 64 bits, I think. I don't know. So as far as memory, like per element size, this is larger. Because it's like 3 or 2. No, it's 2 32-bit. Are they shake out to be the same, actually? Either way, and then this is just a bool, which is like... I don't know how C# implements it. It was just like a byte or something. It should just be a byte, not like an integer. I don't know. Things to Google later. And then we can have a thing. I think we want to be fast. When we do an addition, we can cache the last set index and then like go from there. Like, but then like you can have a thing where you do the lookup and find the first free slot. But if we cache the last index or reset something and nothing is removed or modified the previous values, you can just adding could be really quick, whereas just last index plus 1. And then if something removes from before that, then everything has to pay that price of doing the lookup, and that's gonna be like really, really inconsistent. So maybe I just don't do that. Maybe just do it the naive, dumb way, and then try doing things fancy later. I don't know. This is we're learning today. Today's a learning day. We're doing things we don't get to do. Also, am I iterating correctly? I mean, I could just iterate through view max if I'm gonna be real with you. Okay. And then if it exists, you continue on your way. Otherwise, it's true. And then we do view keys I equals key views values equals value and return true, otherwise return false. And then remove is going to be a similar kind of pattern, except it's actually very different. There's no iteration in remove. It just goes, hey, if... Oh, but we're given the key, so we have to iterate to find the index. Yeah. Yeah, we have to do that. So we have to do... We have contains key. Yo, what if we do something cool? What if we do contains key actually returns an integer, and if it's true, it returns like the index of it. Otherwise, false returns a -1. Because then I can just use that here. Contains key, pass in key. None of this. And then if I equals -1, we throw invalid, new invalid operation I should make my own exception just called nightmare. Things are bad. I did that in the engine project once. It was just when it eventually triggered, it was like a wall of just nightmare. That was hilarious. Otherwise, contain key. If the key does exist, all we do is view keys equals a null, I guess. Yeah, because we don't hold on to a reference and keep it alive. Or actually just... Oh, there's the issue with default values. There's always like zeros. Everything's going to be 0 by default. I guess if you iterate through a bad... Oh, brother. Well, that's why we have the alive thing. That's how we avoid... Or the exist thing. That's how we avoid bad things from happening. Well, I think... Oh, I guess we don't have... I guess the API is saying, hey, if it's a bool, that means you can catch it if it's bad. So you can just do return false. But I don't know. I think for this kind of thing, I'd rather have it be a bad thing. Like, it just... Bad things happened. Just deal with it. Either way, now we just have that dictionary, and I'm assuming it's going to behave the way I have it in my mind. So we can go back to this, get rid of it. Now we just have this private table, or I call it lookup. What did I call it? I just call it table. Table. And then I think the way I define the APIs, it should just work. Contains key, exists, yeah. Oh, but it wants a boolean. Because it wants. I'm trying to be cute here. Contains key in your vector 2. Why are you wrong? That's exactly what you want. Oh, system generics vector 2. No, that's the wrong one. I want Unity engine vector 2. So that should get fixed. Cool. I think most of the API should be fine. Oh, there's this one though, the iterator business. The implementation of this iterator. You know what I could do? You know what I could do? Like, yeah, we can implement like that iterator thing. Or we can do like an operator overload. We can just do like an operator overload and have this be like, hey, buddy. How does this work? Static operator bracket int I or int. I forget how this works. It's something like that. It's like public static operator, or is it overload? Oh, override. I don't remember. We're just gonna have to Firefox it. C# bracket overload. Yeah, I've done this before. I've gone here. How does one do this? Public object this. Oh, okay, that's how you do it. This, and then int I. Okay, cool. And then what does this return? A tuple, a vector 2, and game object. and is alive. Maybe I should have like a table entry, just so I can enforce, hey, this is the things you're actually getting from this. This whole endeavor right now is like the dumbest. It's like we're doing something so dumb right now, but at the same time I can't help but feel like we're onto the solution. I can't help but feel like that. Like we're gonna solve all the problems in computing, guys. It's just a matter of believing. Equals. I'm sorry, what? Okay, there we go. Oh, you have to do that, okay. I'm sorry. I thought I could just index into this. Why are you trying to make me think I'm crazy? I'm not crazy. This is the data structure, table entry. Oh, what's going on here? Yeah, no vibe code, hike FPS. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. We got some artisanal code, guys. What's up, dude? What's going on? It's Leo. To manage to connect to that monitor, it's just a cheap Amazon like $20 converter from HDMI to component. That should just generally work for you. There's some specifically weird circumstances that to deal with, but hopefully that isn't a thing that you have to deal with. Otherwise, you have to run it through a DVR and then to your monitor, but that's about it. Also, these names are terrible. They should just be keys. And it's all public as well, because of course it is. But I don't have to make it public anymore. I can hide it. I can make it private again. Okay, I'm not sure. Am I having? I thought I could just do this, like public table entry, this, and I return, make a new table entry. Like I don't want to have to make a whole new. Like am I daft? Does it have to be object? Oh, wait a second. It's properties. It's a getter and a setter. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Okay. I get it now. I get it. You can't just do return. It has to be get. Okay, I was dumb. I was just thinking of what I wanted. Not what the machine wanted. I was being selfish. My bad. Come on. There you go. Okay, what's going on here? Why are you mean to me? Can I just do this? Is that good enough? Why won't you love me? I try so hard. What's wrong with my syntax? Yeah, I gotta get and then return this. Do you actually have to define a set? The setter is just you twiddle your thumbs. You twiddle your thumbs and pretend like you're doing something, but you're not. Ah, there we go. There we go. We got her. We got him. We got him. Perfect. And then, cool. I think we're just good here. So then here we can just do, instead of this, we can do like, and then key equals, or no, it's view. It's not a pair either, it's entry. Doesn't exist, we just continue. I wonder like how bad, I should like write some unit tests or something to evaluate just kind of how asinine what I'm doing is. But hey man, nothing eventual, nothing gain. It's saying if it doesn't exist, so if this equals -1. Okay, I think that solves most of the problems. There's a bunch of compiler errors here. Oh, I just changed this without updating usages, did I? Okay. You know what we're gonna do? This. Yep, all the problems went away. Beautiful. See, Vim is beautiful, man. Okay, let's recompile and see how this looks. Let's recompile. I think you hike. I probably should have been looking at chat more. What's going on, iHemo99? Do you teach PineScript? I've never heard of PineScript. Or have a community that I can join? Yeah, we do. Thank you, Terrell. You got me. You always got me, man. Yeah, kind of an old school kind of styled game for sure. But yeah, we have a Discord. We have this thing called the Gym Leaders, which is like, we have a forum where you can just ask questions, and there's a bunch of people, including me there, who are willing to answer questions about a variety of things. Usually very tech focused, but hey, we got some people. We got Zero doing some aviation stuff there too, man. We got people who are super experts about different games like Warframe. But yeah, a lot of it's very much tech/game dev focused. Okay, so we updated our API. Let's see if it actually works. Let's see if this actually works, man. Oh yeah, we need to actually, it's not enough for this to be, yeah, the first point of failure already hit it. So it's not enough that this exists. We also have to init it. That's required, just so we can have the instances exist. Also, yeah, we've done something odd here, haven't we? Yes, we have, because I forgot to get rid of that. And I was going to do spans, but then I just kind of didn't. Oh my goodness. Skill issue. Okay, there we go. Now we actually initialize the variables here. Cool. You know, we should have like we should do this. We have like a private max allocator or something. No, we're not going to do that. We'll just deal with the worst case scenario. It'll be consistent. Okay, recompile. Let's go in here. Thank you, Grimkin. I appreciate it. Glad you dig what we're doing here. How can you comment all the lines in Vim? All right, I'll show you right now. Me33. I'm not sure if it's the way to do it in Vim. The way I do it is Control V, then you press Shift G, then you do Shift I, then you do whatever you want to do, which is double for comments, and then you press escape. And then it should apply it to every single line. And there you go. That's how you comment out everything in Vim. So just to repeat it again, Control V at the top of your file, Shift G, Shift I, down. I should have said what I did. Shift I, double comment, escape. And that's how you do that. It's a very easy way to, and if you want to just comment a certain area, you can always do Shift V and then Shift I and then do that too. Any kind of selection should apply to it, except for that time. Oh yeah, there we go. You get the idea. It's Control V specifically. Control V. Not Shift V. Control V. Shift I, and then whatever you want to do, escape. Very helpful. Okay, let's see if this runs now. Let me make sure it's compiled. Reloading domain. Why do you want to learn hack? Hack means to solve problems. Oh, I mean, it's fun. It's enjoyable to solve problems and to implement things my own way. And are you seeing this? Is it like 50 something FPS? Let's see how this is looking now. I mean, it's not going to change because I think we still haven't addressed this issue here of this taking up most of the time. Yeah, it's still going to take a fat minute. They're still taking a fat minute. But I think, let me try something real quick too, out of curiosity. I wonder how this would be if I were to simply make this an input parameter. Like I'm assuming the way I've implemented it is going to cause it to be a pass by value thing. I'm hoping that's how that works. But I'm saying that if there's any performance considerations, so just kind of keep this in mind. Like the creation part was still taking a majority of the frame time. Like that's the thing that's eating up the most time here. And it's like in the worst case it's like 0.15 milliseconds. So per iteration. So that adds up like very quickly. So let me just do something real quick. Don't need these functions, don't need set, don't need those anymore. Now instead, have this. Okay, and then when the scope of here, we're not going to be, oh, it has to be the original view. I mean, unless we like, let's just try it. Let's just try this out. Let's just try this out. Why not? Let's just see what happens here. So we modify this. It's probably terrible. Not gonna lie, it's probably terrible. But hey, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? Why not have some data to point out just how bad my decisions are? today. Good stuff. Thank you, Lily Guitar. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing more with that. I'm just, I realize I don't like, also, ooh, there's like an implementation issue over here. Because all that over there is like, it's like stretched across everything. That's interesting. Okay. So what is this frame looking like here? Still terrible. Still bad. And it's still around the same numbers. Maybe actually, yeah, still like kind of comparable, weirdly enough. Okay, let's actually go into the function then and see what's going on there. But also, let me do a thing real quick where we scale this back down to where it was last time and just see what exactly this behavior is that's not correct. Actually, before I even do that, let me undo the this whole return signature business we had going on. Have you read Reverend Insanity? If so, what do you think about making a game about it? I've never read that at all. What's going on with that? Or what exactly is it? Are you heading out, Hike? You have a go, man. Take care. Just use cube meshes. No one will tell the difference if the game is truly fun. Well, the issue is not the cube meshes, because no matter if it's a high count of objects, it's still going to be a problem. To get used to your keyboard, I was thinking about getting one like that. Yeah, a little bit, but not that bad, honestly. It just kind of forced me to learn and practice how to type correctly. Why is this? Oh, because I saw this table view thing going on there. That's why. Okay. Though, am I crazy, or does it feel like it's actually improving a bit with using this table thing? I don't know. Maybe I'm just gassing myself up, but it kind of feels like it, man. As for, there's gotta be something in the view object or the object culling thing. Before I go there, though, let me look at something. When you go to view, we have this function. So there's either this is a slow part or it's this. I think I made this reasonably faster. We can sample it to compare, but we have create entity. In fact, I should have made the APIs the exact same. That way you can swap the data structure out and actually directly compare it. Oh well. We have create entity, and it does some stuff here. And probably the thing that's slowest here is likely either requesting object from the board or from the object pool, or placing the object on the board. What does this do? Yeah, it's just a simple transformation. It's just a simple assignment. It's like if object on that position, and then this is get position on grid, and then it does some calculations here. Oh, it's sine and cosine. You know what? That might be a problem. That could potentially be very much the problem. Okay, you know what? we're gonna hit the, because this is a scenario where it's like, okay, we can try doing some jank approximations that are faster, or we just say screw it, we're gonna make the car faster and just use a burst use burst compilation to make this good. Also, could this be static? Oh no, requires radius. I can make it static though. There's like only 2 usages of this, which is totally fine. Do you not have access to your static function as well? Okay, we'll just have everything dependencies rain down through here. And everything's hunky-dory. Why are you mad? Okay, we have to make it to static. Okay, whatever. That's not a big deal. Okay, so yeah, this would be a scenario where it's like, hey, you just gotta do the thing. But let's actually verify this first. Because if it's that, then that's actually easy to throw and chuck into a burst job. But if it's not that, let's see. Set vector. Call. This also takes a while too. Actually, I never measured. Actually, let me go here. I want to, because like, I wonder if this view thing made this fast. Using this new table structure made things faster. Game board, I believe, is what it's called. Yes, and then we're looking for object call. Hey, our object call thing is like it's like 2.43 milliseconds. That's like way faster than before. It was like 6 milliseconds. Update. Yeah, object. Wait, really? Is this? Yeah, look at that, guys. There's like a speed boost here where it's like only 2 point something milliseconds. For reference, look at our starting values for this. Before it was kind of even, where object call and model update were taking 6 point something milliseconds, either 6.5 for object call and then 6.28 milliseconds. This one is straight up 2 milliseconds now. That's actually kind of exciting. Now there's a slowdown happening here on the model update, so we have to look to see what's the deal there. But maybe if we could just get model update to be like its original speed, this is not really, we don't actually have to worry too much about this. Now the question is, where is that increase in time taking on that? That's actually really sick, like the consequences of this, man. Of using our own little dictionary implementation instead of that. It actually makes me very happy. I wonder if I get rid of the debugger stuff. Like if I get rid of the profilers, what does the raw perf of this look like? Like no profilers here. Nothing else, just purely the need for this logic. Also get rid of this assertion. We don't need to do this assert is false. Anything else here? Yeah, let's just take the aggregate look at this to see what's going on here. What's going on, Neil present? C sharp? Yep, C sharp. John, finally get to see you. Hello, Cozy. What's going on, John? Glad to see you, man. Glad you're able to make it. Okay, look at this, a 60, 80. Oh my goodness, dude. We're like averaging 70. I mean, still not acceptable. We're not in acceptable territory yet. But I'm actually really happy. So without all the profiler stuff and all that junk, we're sitting at 4.2 milliseconds and 2.16 milliseconds. Yo! Our own implementation of a dictionary is fast. It like, sped this up so much. Again, context. Because the only real major thing we've done is switch our dictionary. So, orig, no printing was this amount. Now our version with our like buffer allocated or statically, no, it's not static, but fixed allocated dictionary, we go down to like 4 for the object. For the model update, it's 4.2. Yeah, no, 4.20, 420, great. And then object call is 2.16. Let's freaking go, dude. And then the total of this would be 6.36. 6.36 milliseconds. So the total of these two sub-functions are smaller than the original object call function duration. That is crazy, guys. That is nuts, actually, dude. Oh, I'm actually super happy, man. I'm actually really happy that we squeezed some performance out of this. A question for the people in chat that's unrelated, but how much did y'all make per hour on your first job? Oh yeah, 7.9. Yeah, my first job was at like a Guitar Center as a sales associate. I forgot how much we made back then, but it's also with commission. Very small commission, but still commission. Let's freaking go, man. Let's freaking go. I'm telling you, man, I'm just so excited by this. This actually makes me just so happy. We know for a fact that there's a big slowdown here, though, which is not great. I think one thing we can do to kind of try to mitigate some of that is, okay, let's just do this. So one of the things we can do, because keep in mind, we're wrapping around a cylinder, right? So some of these calculations are kind of redundant because they are likely... No, we're gonna have to do the calculations no matter what, dude. Oh, never mind. I can't do what I had in mind. Or we calculate the sign and costs for an entire row. Or you know what? Because there's only a set number of sign values, right? Because we're just doing a lerp between this and the board height. we can build a table for these known sine values given theta. Like, we can legitimately do that. It's a one-time cost to calculate like 360 of these, but then we don't have to calculate sine and cosine again. We can just pull from this table. So we can just do public static float sine table, and it's going to be, I'm sorry, I keep thinking I'm in C again. 360. And then cost table. I mean, we're gonna do a brute force thing. Like, it's gonna, the first frame to calculate this is gonna be terrible, but it's fine. We'll do better later, because we don't actually need to do the full 360 theta. We can actually simplify it and remap it, but whatever, it's fine. This is actually kind of goofy, but I think this might help, actually. Math F and then I divided by 360. Cost table. Same thing but by costs. And then what we do is instead of calling these functions, what we do, oh wait. Yeah, here we go. Instead of calling these functions, we just do a lookup into our little table. And then index into this value of theta divided by theta. It's a mathf lerp. Yeah, it's a y divided by. So yeah, theta is actually just straight up a value between 360. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we can just do sine table and then cos table. Like, this is gonna be kind of dumb, right? But I think if the most of the majority of time is coming from computing these functions, then we're gonna find out immediately here, because now it's just a very fast table lookup for these values that are pre-computed once at the startup, and of course times radius. Let's see if this actually works, man. Yeah, we're gonna test it out right now. HDG trailers. I like the Thonky keyboard. Do you know the switches? It's KT Strawberry switches. That's what I'm using right now. Alright, we're gonna do the sine cosine table build, and then we're gonna just do the indexing. I haven't tested it yet, Terrell. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm kind of committed to just doing the shell approach that I mentioned last time. Because with how weak this phone is, those are just not gonna. Okay, so I'm not seeing the performance I want to see. Like, it's still fast, but it doesn't seem like that's where the issue is coming from. Oh, actually, it's going to like 100 FPS. Wait, what? And it's slowing down. Okay, interesting. I'm not seeing any of the objects though. That is a problem. That is a problem. I mean, we can just take a look at the profiler as well and see what this looks like. It's like marginally faster, but not as big as we'd expect for if that was like the case of that just taking up the majority of the time, which leads me to believe that getting the object from the pool is probably where the issue is lying. Especially since like object call is actually, yeah, it's very small. Like the place where we're gonna have to save time is gonna be on the model update. Billing for me, yeah. I mean, I'm definitely gonna hit you up though for the main menu though, because that needs to be actually modeled properly, not just like slapped together model, but actually properly modeled. And that we have much more luxury of going more ham on detail, just because it's like it's a fixed cost. We know how it's gonna be rendered and everything. Like, yeah, we don't want to have bad topology, but we can actually afford to be bespoke, and you don't have to design around any technical limitations beyond just the size of the screen and the layout, but that's about it. Yeah, that's for sure gonna have to happen no matter what, so yeah. I'm gonna hit you up with more information about that when we get there. We're doing math f sine theta. We do math lerp 0 to 360 y divided by board height. Math f. Oh, and it's in radians. That's the issue. That is the issue here. So we need to have this value before we convert to radians, and then we can do the fun. In fact, do we even need it? Do we need radiant? Like, we don't need radians for anything, so we can actually just keep this in degrees. There's no need to do anything else there. That's probably why nothing was appearing where it's supposed to be, because everything is somewhere else. Okay, so that should be correct for the math. Oh no, my CRT is getting wobbly. It's kind of scaring me. No, resolver. There's actually a lot more going on there. So I already have an object pooling system and this whole culling system to mitigate or deal with the whole high object counts situation. What I'm dealing with is with a slowdown in the actual logic for update the models for our object recycling. Still not seeing the correct thing, but let me make sure it's actually rebuilt. Okay, so when you take mental breaks in between projects, what's your favorite snack? Like grilled cheese? Grilled cheese is a very nostalgic thing for me, but peanut butter is great. I usually do like a ham sandwich. I don't always do white. I very rarely do white bread, but when I do, it's usually just like a white bread, ham sandwich, cheese, and then some Doritos. And I like throwing the chips inside the sandwich. It's very tasty. I think I might lower down the angle on this. Yeah, I'm not seeing any objects whatsoever. Which means my idea might have been very... Oh, you know what? Maybe the way I built the table is wrong. Because I'm realizing now this is expecting radians. And we're just using this. When in fact we should be using math f to rad. There we go. That's the other part of that is the issue. Lowercase f. Probably these parentheses are probably not as important as I would expect. but yes. Is it? This is implicitly cast to a. Oh yeah, it's gonna. It should be a float. Yeah. We're good here, actually. This is actually meant to be a float. The casting magic's gonna happen down there. Okay, cool. Third time's the charm. Let's see. Just working on some performance improvements on this culling thing, and then I'm fixing up this like sign table I built up. And I'm not seeing the objects though. Don't you hate it when your computer's being dumb and periodically makes the mouse lose? It's only my fancy vertical mouse. It's not the old 1990s mouses actually work perfectly fine. It's the beauty of using a PS2, I guess. Okay, there's something very wrong going on here. Something very wrong going on here. Why is this like super high Okay, now it's starting to go back to where it's supposed to be. I was like, wait, that only happens if you're outside of bounds. It shouldn't be that. There shouldn't be that much of a drastic change. Okay, let's look what we got going on here. So we have this preset table, 360, very nice. Okay, we iterate on that range, cool. We index into that range, yeah, a single slot per degree. We do math of sign and math of cost for this, divided by 360. So you get like a normalized value. Not normalized. Oh, is it gonna produce? Oh, I'm dumb. This is already, we're iterating through degrees already. We don't have to do, we're normalizing it. We don't need to normalize it. We could just multiply the integer directly. Okay. Fourth time's the charm. Fourth time's the charm. I mean, I just need this to work, but it's kind of already revealing that it's like marginally faster, but not the order of magnitude faster we're looking for. So I'm finding myself going, yeah, we're probably still gonna have to make this a burst job at some point. Which is, you know, it is what it is, I suppose. Okay, now we have it working. Kind of working. There's still that weird issue with the way it's implemented. And for some reason, there's like this scenario over there where it's like all of that region is, for some, like the first starter region is just working fine. Or is the whole ring is for some reason showing as in range when it shouldn't be. And I wonder why that's the case. That should not be it. In fact, let's just go to the view and address that real quick. It's something to do at the model level, though, I'm guessing. Or no, at the cull level. Here. So it's like what? It's in range if key x is greater than or equal to min x. And y range if, yeah, this. And if both of these are in range, then we continue on our way. Otherwise, we do our whole removal list, deletion thing, which, by the way, we do have this removal list. We could just make this like a a fixed buffer as well. Like, we've already done this before. Why not just do it again? Like, have like this allocated. We're gonna squeeze every single drop before we go to burst jobs. Or at least by the time we go to burst jobs, there's like no excuse. It's like, yeah, we exhausted everything we could to squeeze out some speed out of this, but what are we gonna do? I mean, you can also do like a stack alloc thing too. In fact, that might be faster than having this allocation exist somewhere in memory. I wonder. Let's just try this out. We're gonna try doing a stack alloc tonight. It's gonna happen. I swear. And actually, it's gonna be a span. Removal list. And it has to be a size of, let's say, table. I mean, it shouldn't be that big in all honesty. Like maybe 100 at most. I mean, I can't wait to eat my words, but I feel like it should be like that. Okay, add. Instead we do okay, and then we do this iteration again, but we can't do this fancy for each syntax sugar stuff. Instead, we should actually probably do things the fast way, the fast and responsible way. We can iterate through that, yeah. Removal. We're going to iterate in that range. Let me do this logic here. Cool. I keep getting distracted. Like I know I'm supposed to be fixing that behavior, that logic, but I'm just trying to see like how much faster can we make this? How much more can we squeeze out in little dumb stuff like this? I think I see where you're at. Yeah, I'll show you in a second. Online, JS. Trying to learn Python with zero code knowledge because folks keep saying it's the easiest to learn. I'm not sure what I want to learn for though. I think that's a kind of an important thing to figure out. Unless like, you know, hey, implementing stuff sometimes is just fun, dude. Or learning something is just fun. And that could be all the motivation you need. But if you desire more purpose in that, then yeah. I think having that sorted out could be a big boon. A big boon for you. No, it's kind of like the Moonlander, but yeah, cold objects are being placed back into the pull resolver. Which could be the other slow part. Yeah, there's a weird issue here where everything over there is being... Is it ever going to like return back to the pool? It's very weird because it's exceeding the yeah, I think there's some weird conditional that I've neglected that's causing that to happen. Oh yeah, FPS 72, 71. Let's look at the profiler. See how we're doing. Kind of the same, to be honest. It's like 2.37 on the update. Cull, no garbage collection allocation though, so that's pretty cool. I mean, like, how does that stack in general? I mean, yeah, I should probably just be looking at averages, but yeah, 2.37, 2.5, 2.03. It's kind of varying wildly. It's the last value is 2.16 milliseconds, so it's kind of hovering around that same range of values, give or take some. So okay, nothing sizable there on the object. Cool. But yeah, you can see here, like, if it's outside of the range in our buffer, return to pool. Let's see here. Yeah, I wonder what's going on though, where that ring is kind of persisting, because this should be handling that. If key dot x is less than or greater than, or is greater than or equal to min dot x. And the flip inclusion. Yeah, it's weird. Because for those to all exist there, that would mean that both of these conditions are passing. I know there's some weird stuff with the min y and the min and max y's because of the whole wrapping order around origin on the cylinder space, but as far as the x is concerned, that's like purely translational. You don't have to account for that flip inclusion. Which means there's probably something dumb that we included somewhat recently that's causing this to be an issue. Also, let me make sure my removal list implementation is correct. Because you have view contains key, and then you have remove as well. And if it's trying to remove a bad index, it throws, right? Oh. Actually. No, because we checked the key there. Yeah. No, let's redo that, this business of being like, hey, does it exist? Oh, we don't actually check for if it exists. That's also bad. And if it doesn't exist, or actually no, we have to enforce that, hey, this only works if it exists, otherwise does not count. So now it should be caught there. So iterating from 0 to removal count. Yeah, that seems to check out for me. So something odd going on here. That's preventing this from... Oh, maybe it's this? If value equals null. I think that's for when we're overflowing. Before. Where does value? Yeah, for the lookup for the table. That shouldn't even just happen at all. But I wonder if that's what's going on. We're encountering it. And we're failing silently, which is causing this behavior to happen. Which means that we are, again, there's something wrong here that's causing the excessive request of objects from the pool. Now, I already checked that resolver. It's happening within, at least over here, it's happening within these 2 lines, which is probably happening from the create entity thing. Part of that's kind of just a non-negotiable thing where it's like, hey, we're gonna have to call this request object from pool. And you know, honestly, it could be the case that like okay, yeah, this is backed by a normal dictionary for lookup for these pools, which is fine in a lot of applications, but maybe not in this particular scenario. Do we just make the full move to make this generalized and then use our table? Because that would work too with I think also part of this might be that we've allocated a huge thing as well, which might also be, well, it's actually not that bad. Like our view max, what was it, 12 times 4, I think, which is like 48. Like we don't need to have 300. At most we should have like, let's say 80 just to be safe. But like that's should be, I wonder if it's affecting things as well. The size of the allocations you have to look through before finding the thing you want to use. That's dumb though, because the whole point of the pool is to allocate like to be able to allocate a large set of things. I mean, that definitely, we're in the hundreds consistently. So yeah, or 90s at least. So yeah, object pool size is indeed big, like the biggest factor there in dictionary, which means we should make a faster dictionary implementation than what Unity had, or what what we're using for C#. You know what? Thank you, Resolver. I think you mentioning just to even go back to the parts of high performance kind of brought this to light too. I still want this to be faster. You're seeing like kind of how it's supposed to work here on the y-axis. Actually, it's kind of odd. It's like, is this working at all on the other side? Because it seems to be only working on the here. I think the only thing I changed was where is it? Where are you? Yeah, calc y range. The only real thing I modified was, or no, X range, was this from a 4 to a 5. Which would be odd if that broke things to that degree, but actually I don't even know anymore. Yeah, no, that's not the case. That's not the issue. Though look at that, it almost seems seamless. You can't even see the objects popping in. Okay, until they stop. In which case things are really bad. Oh, I think there's just a bad angle there. Actually, I don't even know what's the case going on there. I wonder if it's due to that last row or last column offset that we didn't apply. I don't know. I'm not sure if size of pool matters as much as access per frame. Well, it doesn't. That's the thing, though, right? It scales with, like, yeah, access per frame, but it scales with size of pool. I mean, under the hood, it's just a lookup, right? So the bigger the pool, the more it's gonna have to iterate through it per access, which is why it went down in speed went up in speed when we reduced the size of the object pool. Let me actually test something here, because you can go down this little rabbit hole of trying to make this also faster. 1 second. I feel like I'm fighting the fact that at the end of the day, maybe I should just do the burst compilation, burst job implementation of this and just say GG's. Here we go. Yeah, because we have a specific pool already accessed, so this is just going through I'm sorry, what? Oh, that's not a specific pool, that's a system. Or module. And it requests object from pool and then does this business. Yeah, I'd have to like redesign this to try to counter, and even then it's not going to quite work because it's always going to be a reference type. No matter what, you're going to have to, it's going out to somewhere in memory to get the actual instance. Like, we can try to make sure all the references or the pointers are kind of contiguous in memory together, but it's not going to quite produce, I don't think it's going to produce the gains I want to see happen. Try to get value, yeah. The fact that we're also getting all, like, there's got to be a way to be able to cache a specific pool. Like, it feels kind of dumb that every single time we have to iterate through all the object pools and then iterate through that, even though we don't even have, it's only an object pool of size 2, so this is not even a big, like the big offender here. That's not even the big offender here. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, there you go. Type to, yeah, to pool of poolable object. Yep. Okay. Sweden gotta save Greenland. Yo, greetings from Sweden. Nice to see ya, Toxic Studios. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna open up Sea Lion. And we're gonna run the stream world thing real quick. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Maybe even grab a snack, drink some water. Oh, I thought I started Sea Lion. Come on. Work with me, pal. Okay, we're gonna go to, so I know this is somewhere here, yep. And BRB. Using the bathroom. Is it gonna be too long? Okay, bathroom break. That'll be the message. Okay, and then, whoops. 1 second. Let me do something real quick. And cool, now we're here. I could do this. I can even do this. Very nice. And while that's running, let me go here. Just a moment. Actually, you know what? We can even go more retro. I have a CD player. Let me get some good BRB music going for while I am gone. One second. What do I have here? I need to go through these and actually label them. Christmas VGM, nope. Chill VGM mix. Yeah, that seems appropriate for what we're doing right now. My bad. Okay, we're gonna press and play. I'm gonna put it to charge as well because it's low in battery. Cool. Alright guys, be right back. Let me use the bathroom and then I'm going to ponder this problem and how we want to tackle it, and then hopefully we'll have a strategy when I get back. Alright, 1 second guys. BRB. All right. PP time. What's going on, y'all? Hopefully the mic. Well, we know what you're doing there. What can the mic pick up? What's happening in the bathroom? Oh no. Oh no. Well. Oh well. We're all humans, right? Now all of China knows you poop. Oh my goodness. What have you done? That's hilarious. Why is this being weird? Oh, this is a pure C# class. I could indeed make this read-only. Good to know. So what's going on here? What's an object pool? Where is where the read bottleneck would be? Or is it a queue? Why do I use a queue for this? I implemented this forever ago, dude. I wrote this like forever ago, dude. Alright. Slow. Delane, all I can say is just start. What do you want to make? Is it a game? And start trying to Google how to make a game. Honestly, even something simple as just getting an object to move, just a PNG to move on a screen is kind of magical. And then your brain's going to start having more ideas, more possibilities, and either successfully make them happen or you don't. And if you don't, that's perfectly fine, because that's kind of the majority of the experience is failing. And you just learn from it and then start a new project. And you just keep starting new projects. And then each project you start, you get incrementally better. You have a little bit of more perspective. And it's good. So I don't think the issue is going to be a lookup because this is a queue. I think we're doing... Actually, what is this indicating? Is it... Why do I do a queue? Okay, we can queue it there. That could be great. We're using that queue as like the... But at that point, just might as well have just anything, the list or whatever, or array of like everything that's available and everything that's not. I guess that's the point, is that you don't have to look. Create pool object. Request pool object. Yeah, we dequeue and give it out. That's so we're just getting from the top. Yeah, so it's like, okay. So it's actually not even a big thing to get from there. So I don't even think this is the issue. Interesting. No, Matthias. Yeah, make a PNG movie. Yeah, you'd be surprised, man. It opens up ideas, because if you have a PNG movie, you go, oh, What if I made that PNG animated? And then if you make it animated, it's like, oh, what if animated? You go, hell, okay. I can make it. What if I make this thing do things? Like, not just have one animation, but another animation. Like one for just standing, one for walking or running, or shooting or whatever. What if I make it shoot? And it just kind of just keeps going on from there, man. It just keeps kind of going from there. It's all like this progressive thing that happens. Okay. Let me try something. It's probably not going to do anything. But hey, I'm curious. Why not? Why not? Also, you know what? I should just build it to the phone and see how good or bad this perf is. If it still hits the 30 FPS target I have, I'm happy. More than happy. I mean, we're very close to 100 FPS. We're hitting 100 FPS. I need to fix. I still need to fix that logic though. That's bad logic that the culling is not working the way it's supposed to. That's very, very bad logic. That needs to be addressed. In fact, out of curiosity, yeah, like they still exist in the distance all the way over there. That's what's odd to me. Like on the small scale, it worked fine. The big scale, there's some weird oddities happening here. There's some very weird oddities. A lot of weird oddities. Okay. So, how about this? Let's just... Because I don't think the performance is going to change that much in terms of size. Maybe in terms of the GPU side of things are rendering, but whatever. Let's just see if we're hitting... If this is acceptable level of performance, because we could just leave like that. Or maybe I still just write it to a burst job, and at the very least, I'll have some point of comparison between this and if we do the burst job. Come on. Try to plug this in 1 second. Come on. I need you to go in the port. There we go. I can plug in this cheapo phone and we can start doing some builds. Okay. Transfer files. We're gonna save this, do control build settings and build. We're gonna see how this game. Oh, you're doing this thing again. Yeah, I don't know why Logitech mouses are being weird on this. Refresh, detect device. Yep, there we go. Build and run. Yes, save here. Replace. Yes. I don't care about the input handling. Just do the thing. And while that commences building, we're going to see how this works. Thank you, Raven. I'm glad you dig it. Actually, is this building at all? I can't even tell. Oh, there it is. It is. There you go. It's building. It's building, guys. How do you start coding? How long did it take you to get good at it? I feel like I'm still trying to get good at it. I've been doing this for like 15 years. Though professionally, only like 4 or 5 years or something like that. Maybe 6. I don't know. I can't keep track. My perception of time has gotten really warped since I've graduated college like forever ago. to make a game, you should probably just you're gonna have to Google it, man. You're gonna have to Google. You have to learn to Google. That's like the most important skill, because you're gonna encounter very specific problems, and the better you get at Googling, the better you're gonna be at finding information, and you're gonna get a bunch of peripheral knowledge too. The bare minimum, though, you're gonna have to probably choose a game engine, unless you want to go hardcore and make your own engine. But I'd advise just starting with an engine. And like, there's a bunch of them. You can Google and find out which ones seem appealing. There's like a bunch of them though. There's like Game Maker, Unity, Godot, Unreal, Stencil. I think there's like Strive and Construct too, if you want to go more ultra click and drag route. RPG Maker, that's another one I always neglect. Okay, game running. Press play. Hey, this is actually running 30 FPS consistently. I don't think I actually have to do the burst job. This is actually running really well. This is actually running really surprisingly well. I'm actually really surprised by that. This is... I think we hit our target. We optimized enough to make it perform up to our desired spec. We just need to fix the culling logic, but like, as far as the work that's being done, it's hitting that minimum, dude. Consistently. Let's freaking go. So I don't even have to go the burst job route to ultra, like, squeeze out performance. We can. This is actually just good as is. That's actually really... I'm actually very happy, man. I'm very happy. The $40 phone is able to run the game correctly. Nice. How about chat? I don't... So here's the thing. I'm probably an old curmudgeon. I'm probably someone who... This is always the case with stream. We always talk about this. And I have just a general disposition to AI in general. I think relying on AI is just going to be a detriment to you in general. Yes, it's going to give you the easy thing, and it's going to give you the solution very quickly. But because of that, you're not going to build a skill set of like searching up. You're not going to build up a skill set and just peripheral knowledge of tackling unknowns. Right? So when you eventually encounter a scenario where there's not much information, then ChatGPT is not going to be helpful for you. You're not going to be as prepared. Like there's other components of programming beyond just knowledge, right? There's like this other component of like affective computing, which is like, hey, like a component of that is like, hey, how do you handle like when you're lost and aimless? There's people who get overwhelmed by that and they just kind of get paralyzed, but that's something you can like work on. And the more you kind of expose to yourself to that kind of scenario and do yourself out of it, the better you get at encountering those situations when they arise. So that's like one part. There's also the second part of just when you Google and you're going online and searching through all this. 1 second. When you're Googling and you're searching through all these different results or looking through a thread on Stack Overflow, you're gonna get all this other peripheral information that's actually kind of useful to have. So like, sure, ChatGPT might give you the answer you're looking for, but by doing the extra digging yourself, you're gonna get a better understanding of like the surroundings of the problem space you're tackling. And that's actually helpful. It gives you a better schema, a better perspective on like the computer and programming in general, you know. Also other things to consider while exploring that same space. So that's my take. There's like an army of people who kind of come in here, maybe not an army, just a very loud minority who come in here who are super like ride or dies for this, but I personally don't think it's great to rely upon it. I think if you do use it, the best case scenario is you say, hey, cite me sources, and I'll go to the sources directly and read the information from there. But getting the spoon-fed answers, I don't think that's the best. Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's just the volume. Like every stream, we get a bunch of these questions about AI. I get it. It's just that, you know, for you guys, I'm just a guy on the internet, right? For me, I'm the person who's like receiving that question very consistently, which is why, you know, that sigh. Nothing against you particularly. It's just the volume of the question. What's going on here? That's called like once. Ambiguous guilt. I'm sorry, man. It's not you. It's not you. It's the volume. Okay. What do you got going on here? So actually, we're fine with this. I think the biggest thing we could do right now is just solve why this is just not working the way it's supposed to, and then I think we're good on this front. I can start working on assets, man. I can start working on assets. Let's see here. We have to go back to the shells at some point, because I wrote that whole thing and we still haven't even tested it yet. That's another factor. Yeah, okay. Let's just get this. So I think it's going to be happening in the... There's a ton of objects that really just should not exist. That's like the lowest volume it could be at. Okay. Have that removal list. Which honestly I think is even still too high, but whatever. Actually, it should scale to the view max. That's actually the correct amount. View max. Yeah. That's the maximum number of things you have to allocate for. Rip a Stack Overflow, yeah, man. Yeah, man. I still use it a lot. I'm the one user per month who still goes on there. But I think it's great. I learned so much from it. That's beyond what AIs provide for me. So finding sources with nuances that I want, which outline the truth and matter, is what I use AI for. Only Elsevier. I don't know. I'm not too aware of that. I'm not as aware of that, to be honest. So I can't really give opinion upon it. I'm kind of weird because I know some there are people who try using AI to filter stuff, and that's just kind of another pit because, you know, AIs have their own biases based off their training data. That's a whole separate thing. My big thing is just, hey, it feels like that whole give a man a fish he eats for a day, teach a man a fish he eats for a lifetime. It feels like AI is just giving you the fish and you're not you specifically, but people are neglecting learning the ability to fish. And they're like, yeah, but it's okay, dude, because I get the fish, man. The fish, you know, I'm getting the fish regularly, so like, why should I need to learn how to fish? And then it's like, oh, that's gonna be great until like you need a specific type of fish, and then all of a sudden it falls apart. And now instead of having like years of fishing experience that you can build upon to learn how to fish that particular type of fish, instead you have to either pay that back dividend to get that missing skill set to get that specific fish you're after, or you're just kind of stuck helplessly. That's kind of my view of it. That's kind of where I'm at with it. And this opinion's sticking, guys. You don't try to debate me on this. This is just my thoughts. Maybe I'm an old curmudgeon. I don't care, man. At the end of the day, I'm not even that old. I'm not even old, man. But regardless, like And we talked about this the other stream where like I treat this as my craft. Like I want to get better at this craft, and I don't find that stuff is really conducive for that for me. Critical thinking's decline due to AI. I can believe it. I mean, there's also a whole host of other things like social media and how they rely upon emotional responses which override like logical thinking, like, and like psychological tactics like that. Like it works on me. Like it's not like, oh, I'm so smart. No, like the system works. The algorithms work. You can't not have that kind of response when you're engaging with it. It's like the abyss, man. It's terrible. Flip inclusion. Yes, we do man Y. Key Y. Yes, this flips are correct. Has a fishing mechanic or feature. It's getting silly. Hey guys, let's add a fishing mini game into our racing game, guys. I think that's what the people want. Bonjour Zero, what's going on? And it shows when you speak to the average person. I mean, IQ is kind of a weird thing, a metric in general. I'm not sure if I necessarily subscribe to IQ tests and IQ points, but I mean, what I can say though is I believe, and it's not even like a conspiracy, it's just what it is. Public schooling is not designed to foster creative or critical thought. I mean, honestly, like it's part of the reason why I either want to homeschool my kids whenever I end up getting kids. I know there's ways to have your kid be homeschooled and still have social life and still develop all the critical social faculties that are required to be part of society. There's ways of doing that, or using like other schools that are meant for actually fostering that, because even private schooling a lot of time suffers from the same pitfalls of public schooling, which is just the fundamental structure of the classroom. Or even classes in general. But if not that, there's other alternatives like Montessori or I think like Waldorf schools and stuff like that that have different kind of thought process behind education. And like you don't even have to have them be their entire life like that. Like there's a certain threshold where like if they're raised to like high school age, they have enough. They don't build this is a fear response to learning that standard testing does in elementary and middle school, and so they have like this core of like confidence and also this core level of independence, so that even when they're chucked into high school, right? The majority of them still outperform their peers and don't develop that fear response that kids in the public school do develop. It's a whole thing, man. What you're working on? I'm trying to fix like this culling issue. We got it performing the way I wanted to. Like it's actually fast now, or fast enough to meet the specifications for this device that I have here, this $40 phone or this $40 phone. And now I'm just actually trying to make this functionality work correctly, because for some reason it was working last stream and I must have done some minor boneheaded change that has kind of fundamentally deteriorated its functions. So we're trying to figure that out. We have left cell margin, we have cell length for the height. We define this actually in the Y calc too. Because we need to find this cull half height margin. We have this player theta we have here, which, you know, we change the current angle to be within a certain threshold in 360. We have this player 0, 1. And we did the math here, and the math usually works out fine. That doesn't account for underflow now, does it, though? I don't believe it does. Which is another gnarly thing to deal with, but we can wrestle with that later. Player row. Yeah, so we find the player Y row, and then we do plus or minus the cull half height. So that's gonna be the min value, and this is gonna be the max value. And then we account for if we need to flip the inclusion where max Y is actually smaller than min Y, and then we do that. And cool. This accounts for like 2 rows, which actually weirdly enough is kind of just works good enough, which is a very nice thing. But then it leads me to be like, okay, there's some issues here. What's going on? How's the game look? I'll show you in a second. For the rest of the 98 subscribed. I mean, I wouldn't dog on the subscribers. Heck, I don't even think I'm particularly talented, man. I've met some really smart people, man. I feel like I'm just trying to catch up. I think if you get like it's not right. I feel like Endeavor from My Hero Academia. Maybe no, even then he's like number 2. No, I'm not even that. I'm like have the attitude of Endeavor, but I'm like in the top 100, the bottom 100. Bottom 10,000 actually, let's be real. I don't know, man. I'm just trying to get better, man. I'm enjoying the process of it. Now, that being said, I wish I had a thing I could measure how much time my screen spent on a part of the code base, so I can have the whole code base as like this sheet and have a heat map to see like, oh, this part of the code base is where I spent the most of my time. This is the problem area. That's the ugly stepchild. This is the evil. I feel like this would be probably one of them. Mine, well, what'd you say? Question, I took graphic communication last year in my class and my teacher did coding. Is it true that you can code to make... what? Code to make a phone? I'm sorry, Dyson. Because that's what he did. What do you mean code to make a phone? What do you mean make a phone? Like a phone application? Or like a physical phone? Like what... I need some answers here, man. I feel like too little butter that's been spread over too much bread. I feel thin Gandalf. Yup. That's probably this part of the code base, man. Can be done with the Emacs pretty easily. If only I was using Emacs. I'm using Rider, JetBrains. Another reason to switch to Vim. Or just switch away from an IDE one day and have my own custom thing. Okay, let's just test something. What if I make this not less than or equal to, but just make it straight up, this is the minimum requirement. Ain't that the dude from Mortal Kombat? Raiden? Okay, we have an index outer. Is there any other exceptions happening here, actually? I'm kind of curious now. Yeah, if I get rid of that, there's no exceptions. Oh, there is an exception now. Where are you happening? At the removal list. Why? We start at 0. We set the value key. We increment. Unless key is null. Contains key. Like, what is going on? Why would that be a... Because removal list is just vector, it's just the key values we need to remove, right? Right? So I should be able to just do removal count plus plus. And I mean, this is incrementing inclusively there. Oh, I guess this should be not inclusive. Because this is going to be the index for the next time. But this, yeah, okay. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe that was the issue. Maybe it's something very simple like that. A simple little issue. Nope, still index out of range exception. Okay. At the same place. Very, very cool. Thank you. My favorite. Your Mac sounds more familiar. I have no idea. I know nothing about Emacs, so I'm going to be real with you guys. I know very little about Emacs. In fact, I know absolutely zero about it. I know there was a Vim Emacs war. That's about it, man. Is a shack up with a rich older lady? I mean, I suppose that is an option. Okay. No reference out of range. Or index out of range. Very nice. Okay, I think we're gonna do the thing again. We're gonna go small. And we're gonna make the board be really small. So I'm gonna get rid of these guys. Gonna hide them real quick. Gonna go to the player. Where's the player at? Player. There we go. You're gonna be back to being a radius of like 11 meters. And then we're gonna see just how this board state is working at a small scale. Yeah, like there's a small amount that is working, but there's like this whole bulk of stuff that just does not belong. That's like the only thing you can think about is that it's added to the view and it's not taking X to account anymore. That's like the one thing that was working super consistently last time. Like that's what I find odd. In fact, let me even do something. Hypothesis time. What if we only care about the Y range and not the X range? What about that? What about that? You want from that code heat map any other feature? I'm not gonna be. To be honest, it's the only thing that comes to mind just for fun curiosity. I mean, there's some extra cool stuff, but I think that's kind of tied to the compiler / language. Yeah, look at that, And there's like an offset that's happening with position, which is weird. And it's like only taking the player's position to account. Like there's something very fishy going on here. Because it's like right behind the player too. It's not... This is very strange, man. And it's only working within this range. It's only working within a specific Y range, actually, or angle range. Is our min x and min y being calculated correctly? Like, this is like super weird behavior, man. That low what? Here? What was it at right now? Yeah, around 90. 120. Yeah. I need to have like simplified cases for this stuff. Because pipeline's not working the way I want it to. There's a vision in my mind. There's a vision in my mind. There's a vision in my mind. Oh, I was working yesterday. I'm revisiting ordinary differential equations from uni days, and that min-max log statement gave me a response trauma. I'm sorry, Tetsumina. I don't mean to do that to you. Did not mean to activate the fear response there. Alrighty. So. Probably because he didn't segregate response to it and right. You know. Oh, okay. Wow, man. Way to burn down my house, dog. My confidence has been shattered. No, you're right, dude. This is like the scenario because a lot of this is analytical functions that could be just expressly tested with discrete test cases. In my mind, this is a simple little pipeline, just simple math functions. The thing that's killing me is that it was behaving the way I wanted to yesterday on the last stream. And everything I've touched hasn't been related to that. It's all segregated to that, or it's all in that other thing. It's all in that separate file. And most of the APIs haven't changed. At least to my knowledge, except for that one function. So now I'm left with this scenario. Do we just print, do the printout gun, and just inspect what values are even being done here? Or X in range, and this is going through all the different objects as well. Using C# right now, man. Can suck it, period. English. We will ensure coziness no matter the cost. At all costs, we will do the cozy. We will achieve coziness. Put this in the background over here. how are we going to tackle this? So let's do, actually no, we're already doing the case where it's like the entire map is just white right now. We haven't done any map gen stuff. Actually, what is this cleanup function? What are you called? On pre-level load. What is pre-level load called? Oh, that's in the application. With sprinkle Spanish. Let me do something. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? Why can't I type? There we go. Yeah, we'll just do the thing. Y, max Y. Okay. Let me see if these, and these are defining, these values are in terms of indices as well. Is a player position being corrected for that? Out of curiosity. Yeah, because it's centered around the player index. Okay, yeah. And these coordinates are going to be in the buffer coordinate space. Okay, or index space. Okay, which means that in here we're also operating in that index space as well. Which is still being defined there too. Let's test this out. I'm reading POC GTFO and this section about prototyping a generic x86 backdoor and when call it parasitic engineering. What? That sounds like a cool book though, man. If that's a book, I'm assuming it is. What do you do other than coding, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, music production, art, pixel art. I don't know. I go to the gym. I enjoy it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like a bunch of stuff, I guess. Just hang out with the fam. Is there a way to expand this? Okay, perfect. I can have like a live feed. Just have all this data piped into my brain. Okay, and there's negative X. It's working the way I'd expect it to. I wonder if there's some weird rounding stuff too. somewhere on it. Yeah, I was stuck yesterday. So we finally fixed it yesterday, and it got working the way I wanted to, which is great. And then today we're dealing with perf stuff. We got the perf stuff going, and it's working as fast as I wanted to now. However, I've broken the culling. It was working yesterday. I've done something now. And I'm trying to figure out where exactly things have gone awry. And things are broken in a very weird way as well. I'm almost wondering if like the change, because we only changed really, besides like the whole data structure being swapped out for the view, we did change the code for creating the entity, but that does not modify the value stored in the buffer. It does not. So it makes me almost wonder. You know, I kind of want to commit this, or maybe even stash it. Actually, no, we did a lot of changes, so I do want to commit what we have. But maybe just test the version we had before. I know there's some weird oddities, but it was largely kind of working the way I wanted to. Actually, I don't have to go with that. Yeah, I'm just gonna check out the diff real quick. We did quite a few things to make things faster though. Like there was the recalculated sine cosine tables. That's pretty fun. Flip second look. Yeah. You know, this is my I was in my awe. Let's go. I don't understand how that parabola looks obstacle course works, like for real. What part? Like just how the player's gonna interact with it, or how are we doing this thing here? Okay, 1 second. We changed these two things, but it's kind of fundamentally the same. Wait, if yeah, -1, okay. We return if it doesn't contain it, otherwise you remove the instance from there, yeah. Yeah, minor refactor, that's nothing crazy. Do a lookup. Nothing crazy there. Yep. And that's just asset changes, yeah. We're not worrying with that. We're not concerned with that. Wait 1 second. Shouldn't there be more? We implemented like a whole new class. Or is it here? These two lines are the same. The line number just changed, that's why, okay. Well, we have a thing here, if entry it doesn't exist, we continue on our way. That is a thing that we are indeed doing. That is a change that can kind of control flow in the loop. I wonder if that could possibly be it. Because it almost No, but then it does change in different X values. The interaction while it's running or floating. There's a specific angle where it's fine, but now that's not even working. Yeah, now like even now it's just it's like all stuck here, and then there's like all these. In fact, let's look at this. Where's the object pool? Containers. Yeah, these should be named after the type that they're containing. I don't know why it's just called containers. That's dumb. It's actually really dumb. I don't know why I didn't change that. We can change that easily. There's a few set there, and then there's these here allocated over there as part of this little arc. That parabola shapeshifter. You're talking about these like different spheres that are popping in and out. So these are gonna be like, these can be any objects, right? They can be hazards, they can be pickups, they can be whatever, right? The thing is that there's a bunch of them in the game, in the world, and having a game object for each one is not gonna work. So instead we broke things up into two levels, a model and a view, where the model is like this byte, very small byte of like, or array of enums essentially, or entities which contain like enums in a position or something. Very small amount of data. And then we can check to see where the player is in the world, and we can check that array, and because the position of the player is mapped to the actual like X index of this array, it's a weird thing, but yeah, like because it works that way, we can get the region in that byte array, or not byte array, that array of all the objects that are going to be close to the player in terms of proximity, and we are making them pop into existence. And then any that are outside of that, we just put them back into the recycling bin so they can be yoinked for later usage. That's kind of part of the it's using the object pooling system to achieve that we have. And the issue right now is that the logic we've added to do the culling and popping in of objects is not working the way we want it to. So I'm thinking it's likely somewhere here in in this cull object function is like improperly removing them. It's weird though, because it seems like it has all the makings to do things correctly, and yet it doesn't. So if it encounters a pair, it comes back to X of the array. Yeah, so like because you can unwrap this cylinder into like a 2D. You can kind of think about it as like unwrapping this cylinder, the exterior of the cylinder, into a rectangle, right? A paper. Like you can make a cylinder by taking a piece of paper and doing that to it, right? So I've kind of done that, and using the player's X position and the Y rotation around the sphere or cylinder to find this position on it in the array, and then get the appropriate data for that. And honestly, okay, let's get add all, get commit changes, or actually no. Yeah. And then we can go here. That was a joke, this 100% faster thing. I mean, it's technically true, but it's also misleading. Okay, we reload level. Let's see how this worked yesterday. Or last night. So this change made it go from like 6 FPS to 60 FPS. Or at least off stream. Yeah, you're seeing it work. It's actually working right now. Kind of. Like only the objects that are by the character are appearing. Kind of, again. Let me try zooming it in too. So make this be visible, and then have the player be positioned where they're supposed to be. Yeah, 66. Okay. Color the game to improve speed. Color the game green for maximum. For maximum. There's a weird offset happening. It's like stuff is appearing behind the player. But you get the idea, like instead of having to allocate all this new stuff, we instead are recycling things that are meant to be on screen. Though there is some still weird behavior though, it's definitely behaving better than the current master. But yeah, it's the general gist. And now we're going through this checkout master. To get this to work how it's supposed to. Yeah. Honestly, like I'm finding it where I almost feel like I'm gonna have to, I should just write unit tests. Like this is such a hardened part of the application that it requires that robustness to kind of enforce that things are working across the correct cases. Because now this is regressed in some aspects. Like it's working only here, but nowhere else. X equals 0. Everything's positive from there. Like I should probably delineate this better. So it's a bit more clear where the origin is. Is HLSL? It's a high-level shader language. That's what's used by Unity for all the GPU shader stuff. Been discouraged lately? I mean, it doesn't take much to get started. I just started in my room Googling stuff in middle school, trying to figure out how to make a game. I just wanted to make video games. And I just started trying to do it with like very little to no, or with very no knowledge at all. I mean, it's not like anyone in my family was tech literate. At least like to that degree. Like my parents never did any of that stuff. And I didn't really know anyone else who knew that stuff either, so everything I did was just Google. I know it sounds very dismissive because I always say that to everyone who asks that, but it's legitimately how I, that's how I did stuff. That's how I started. That's how you learn. Oh, dude, I really want to do the graphic stuff already. X is 0, 12, 49 to 53. Let's keep going around here because there's specific cases where they fail. Okay, here as well, that fails. And what state is that? Is the lowest most one, and it's from an x coordinate x min of 0.5 to 12.5, and then 81 to 85. Which still works. Kind of curious about something though. We use vector 2s. Do we ever use them for indexing directly? I don't think we do. Like Germa? I don't know, man. I never thought I sounded like Germa at all. He's got the Germa virus. Ooh, I hate that stupid hedgehog. Anything the garage collector causing it? Oh, they mean the garbage collector? No, I don't think so. It's important math. Sick. Yeah, I need to do some more reading. In general. I feel like I've been slacking on programming theory for a while. X max X min. I'm not passing in anything weird here, right? It's all expected stuff. I can't read that. I can't read this legitimately. I'm assuming that it looks correct. Yeah, it looks correct as well. Okay. So it's not like I'm passing in any bad values from there. You built your own game engine that uses functional programming instead of OOP? That's actually really sick, man. What are some big, like, yeah, it's as far as designing and architecting, it's gonna be fundamentally different, right? But what kind of differences do you come across, not only in terms of how you architect, but also, like, even performance, right? But to what I've heard in passing is that functional language is going to have a bit more. Actually, I don't even know. Because GC also does that too. But I'm kind of curious though. Honestly, I almost want to just do some pixel art right now and start testing the shell generation thing. So I think we have everything to start testing this out. And then we'll deal with the culling later. So I think I just need it. I just think I might have to just take a step away from it. And I also want to make this, like, this has too much responsibility already. I might make a separate module right now, and then deal with that later. No, I'll do that later. How do I feel about C# and how it applies OOP? I really can't say, man. I don't have that much. Like, it's just OOP, man. There's other like things like reactive extensions and libraries that kind of let you have different ways of modeling problems and handling events, behaviors, and reactivity, which is pretty cool. So you end up having something that feels syntactically very different than OOP and handles state differently. Almost kind of functional in a certain way. But yeah, honestly, I just find myself just trying to I find myself just trying to do things like in C. But I haven't done like actual measurements yet. I can send you if you want to open source. If you want, it's open source. I just haven't built the docs. Yeah, it'd be cool to check it out. What open source functional language are you using? Are you using like OCaml or Haskell or something like that? It's not C-Line. It's Rider, but it's from JetBrains. Yeah, I use C-Line when I'm doing my engine stuff. Not really, Kyle. I always kind of feel like I'm a very underbaked programmer, but I'm trying. I'm trying my darndest. Do I even want to have this? Yeah, we gotta have something like that. Like, I want to have a really small. Cell length in meters. So that gets the position to index space, and then we minus left cell margin, and then we add the right cell margin. These should always be positive values, so that shouldn't cause anything. And honestly, the values we're seeing over there seem correct. Min x, max x, min y, max y. You have the flip inclusion thing happening there. You have creation count. That's not being used anymore, though. We're not doing that iteration, that second step iteration. So we can get rid of that. Make sure I did everything good here. And then we make sure it's capped between this 0 and the board height. Max x time. What? Wait. Why am I doing times board? Oh, because that's a length of yeah, that's a length for a column. Okay, so buffer start. Min x is just giving the actual min x chord. We're converting this into the actual coordinates because you have to go to the next, because even though I'm treating it like a 2D array, it's actually a one-dimensional array, and we're just indexing into it using 2D coordinates, where y is just like the offset, and then the x is going to be like your x coordinate value times the length of the row. So row 0 is just going to be 0 times board height, but then like row or the x coordinate of 1 would have to be an index of like 1 times board height, so that you end up at the next one. So let me even ensure that I'm doing this correctly. So let's say we have, because I think I might have to, maybe part of this is my math is off a little bit. Okay, stop pasting. I'm not pasting. So let's say we have something simple, right? A 3x3 array. And let's say we want to iterate from here through the entire range of here. So the starting index, why is middle clicking causing that to happen? That is frustrating. Why is that a thing? Okay, I'm gonna let go. So you have this 3x3 array, and we know we have this min value. You know the min value is going to be like 1 for this coordinate, and then the max is going to be 2. So what is the index, the actual real index here, going to be? Well, the simplest thing would be 1 times, height. So we do 1 times 3, and if we unwrap the index, it would be 0, 1, 2, and then 3, and that'll be the starting one. So that's easy. It's literally just the starting position, the x position times 3, or times height. The ending one's different though, because if we do 2 times 3, it would be 6, right? So you'd end up, actually, would it be the same? Like 2 times 6? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it'd be the start here, but we also have to add plus height minus 1 to cover this edge right here, which is missing. So that's, okay, that's one thing. I don't think that's the smoking gun, but I think that is part of it, which is just max x plus, because we want to iterate through that whole index range, plus board height minus 1, because if you go back here, 6 brings us here, and to get the final index, it's not plus 3, but plus 2, so height minus 1. Okay, so that fixes one part of it. Oh, so we're doing this float casting, which may not be correct, actually. We may actually want to, because the casting is gonna, I think it rounds to the nearest even number, which is bad. I think my preference for this is gonna be flooring. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do, actually. Or we just use mathf.round or something. I don't think it's gonna have that crazy, because you'd have some weird inconsistencies in the fringes, but as far as the general shape of things, it would still be correct. Let's check here. I don't recommend considering a horizontal shift right now at all, unless you're committed to PhD or MS, then going into industry. Otherwise, GDWP. What's GDWP? Sorry guys, I've been out of it. I'm just wrestling this. I'm just wrestling this right now. Yeah, social media definitely isn't. Async could handle most multi-thread stuff. It hides all the complexity. Good job, man. I'm super impressed. What's going on here? Let's see here. Using it, it's a drawing speedrun game. Oh, that's sick, dude. It's a JavaScript and it's a framework style, so you can plug in whatever libraries you want for rendering or physics. Interesting. Using it, it's drawing a speedrun game. Necessarily for a lot of web games, it has built-in support async, which handles running things in parallel, but technically it's still single-threaded. We need a multi-threaded level of performance. You could probably pair it with WebGL or WebAssembly. Or WebGPU, and then you would have access to compute shaders, which is pretty sick. Which makes, like, gosh, getting my engine to compile onto WASM is going to be a whole fun project. That's going to be a whole thing. I want to do a game in one day. I want to prepare all the assets ahead of time, though, and design everything ahead of time. So that day is just literally implementation and nothing else. Like, we sit down and we either implement the entire game or we bust. But I really want to do it in my engine, which means that I think I'm gonna have to spend some time making it more robust than it currently is. We have like little spurts where it's like jutting out. Hey, it's like following me now. And then it went away. Alright, we're having some flashes of the behavior we want, but not quite the home run I'm seeking here. Not quite the home run I'm seeking here. And then there's like this whole other part that's just left behind there, which I don't know why it's like that. Yo, what's going on, CC Static? Thank you, man. I'm glad you dig it. Though, it's definitely not doing the thing I want it to, which is tragic. It's like there's parts where it almost gets it and it just doesn't. I almost wonder, like, is it just not is it just not big enough? Like, let me go to the max X, calc X range. Let's make it 80 or 40. Probably gonna cause some bugs because I've hard coded some stuff just for the sake of testing. Only increasing in software. I want to make a Paper Mario style game. That sounds sick, dude. I never played it, but I always appreciated the presentation of Paper Mario. It's part of that. It has that craft aesthetic that I always dig. So we have something like consistently following us. Okay, and then disappeared. Okay, I guess there's like angles that are bad. So that's a step up. It just almost seems like the X constraint is just so weak, or so like constraining. Why do we have this position? Wait, why do we have this position if we're just... Why are we caching this? Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing this. Okay. I'm not into my keyboard. Are we also accessing this through the player? Yeah, player.position.x, and then we can do just the board cell to have this translate to actual. You know what? This may not actually be index space the way I'm thinking about it. Or actually, maybe it is, because everything maps the same way. This is supposed to be distance in meters, so it's like 5 meters back. Maybe like 10 meters. And then as for the cull half height, we'll make it 4. Oh yeah, we should. I keep trying to do like what I do in C line, which is Control P, and that runs the engine. But yeah, it's our cathode ray tube. Ubernaut. Yeah, things are not looking right. Hey, everything's following us though. You know, I think the math might be wrong in our position to world stuff with the game objects. I think that also might be part of it. Like when we go create entity in model here, what do? You provided a slot. Cool. Entity, new object, whatever, request this. Yeah. Things happen. Then we place the object on the board. We provided the new object, the game board, this, and in its position. Makes sense. In positions, there's a vector 2. None of these early return, right? So we actually make it all the way down here to place object on the board. And when we place object on the board, what do? First off, the object's null, we just return, which is not great. In fact, we should probably be throwing, but in case we overstress the object pool, we handle it. Nope. Go back down. Thank you. And then transform that position equals get position on grid. We have the grid X, Y, and then radius. This is fine. No, but then we do multiply it back by the cell length to go from the index space to like the world space X position. So that's not it. We actually are applying that correctly. Okay. What's falling from the air? What's up, Yoke? that might be easier transition than full software developer hard switch. How are you? What are you doing today? Just working on the game still. I'm just trying to fix this thing. Most of still like to watch. I don't know why. It's chill. We're just hanging out. I'm just a guy trying to figure this out, and then either we all taste victory, or we all taste despair. Either way, we're in it together, buddy. I tell you what, man. I tell you what, pal. We're in it together. For glory or for doom. I think the rounding thing actually helps stuff. Min X. Maybe we should do that with the Y as well. Why not? Min Y, max Y. Let me make sure I'm setting the Y positions too when we generate the board. Let's actually make sure we're doing things correctly there. That's another, there's like so many different points of things that could be wrong. Let's see here. Yeah, default generate chunk. We iterate through the indices. We're just doing the casting here. We're not doing math F. Math F. Okay, first of all, create a chunk. Create pickup. When we create entity, it's an integer value. And then we do the math. Okay, we do the math here for this, yes. So I think there's some weird stuff that might be going on here, like rounding to the next nearest even number instead of. I don't think it would cause like the same catastrophe we're expecting, but at the same time, can't be too safe. So X times board height plus Y. That's what we're doing here. Not sure why you even use the created int. In fact, this might be part of it, because create an entity, we create pickup, we pass in the X and Y, and that's as normal, that's the expected X and Y position for it. But then the buffer index, okay, yeah. You know what? Maybe this is part of it, man. C++, what's going on here? Though it seems like that's the general vibe. True, I know that popular route most nurses take is informatics. To get this level in programming, what language you start off with? Yeah, like I started with C++ for a little bit, and then I switched to GameMaker and the whole GameMaker land. And then eventually I went to Unity, and I guess the rest is kind of history. Yeah, why is it like off screen? Where's the player at? Where you at, player? Can it's just a single row too. Super weird. Can't lie. Now let's get the last one. No, I don't want to see the full message here. What's the full message? 19 to 44, 30 to 38. Okay, reasonable. Index range of on the Y of 30 to 38. Yeah, degrees are definitely useful, even if it's just removing a reason for someone to not pick you. Hey, everything's ultimately like your relationships, you know? It's kind of terrible for noobs. You need to learn a lot before you can be useful. It's like 5. No, right now, yeah. It's like a lot of different things that got enrolled into it. That's why I always just kind of point out to C, because C is super simple, but still forces you to understand some basic low-level stuff about your machine. Okay, we can at least trace this code and understand the values that are going on here. So 19, 44, 30, 38. Let's work with that. Oh, is this from the previous frame as well? Not the current frame? I mean, it still works. Okay. So with the values that we have here of 1944. Oh, we don't know the key value though. Key.x. What is key.x even? Entry.key. Right through the removal list. Okay, we're gonna have to just break it. Software design, yep. With only C is that it's hard to model systems in an OOP way. But language doesn't really help. But I think for just getting started, it's there. Like, yeah, at some point you're gonna have to move on to another language that supports OOP infrastructure, so you can architect things and whatnot. But I think starting there at the very least is very helpful. And even then, like, a lot of OOP concepts, you can be taught that in a classroom setting and pass tests and stuff like that and not even understand it or understand its utility and how to apply it. Which you only really get, honestly, from just application in the project. Oh, man. That's the whole thing, though. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do... Because I feel like I'm going crazy here. These are not spaced correctly either. That's not great. There's something weird mathematically going on there. Something weird's going on. Make the valve look dangerous. Lots of things, especially when my family thinks school is everything. Oh yeah, the family component's definitely a whole different difficulty. Do we have more circles down? And we have circles down here. I never resolved this. How these are evading culling. I have no idea. These are indeed hazards. You know what I could do? I could probably add like some extra information to hazard so that when I go into debug, I can inspect the individual values. I think that might be helpful, actually. Yeah, I think that might be the way we solve or get to the root cause of which cases are failing. It's happening near 0. Oh, you know what's probably happening? Like a hypothesis here is that these are the objects that are meant to be in the view of the player, and somehow our position mapping is incorrect and throwing them over here. That is my hypothesis. Like there's something going wrong with the math to place objects. Resulting in things that are supposed to be in a certain position not being there. Oh, that might be the case, because maybe our culling code is working correctly. It's just that there's a disconnect between the index position and the world space position. I mean, there is one, but we're not correctly translating between those two things, which is why it's ending up over here. Because the object culling stuff seems to be correct, like as far as the logic is concerned. And the shaky thing that I can see happening is this. Like, let's go back here. Let's go back down, and let's go to where we do the actual mapping here. So before we did this expression, let me bring this here. And instead of doing, actually, what am I doing? Actually, no, this is gonna be the old version. Let's bring back this function, and we're gonna kind of keep going from there. And you know what, while we're doing that, we're gonna get, there's two places where this is used. One is here, where we create this happens on start, wait. Default position on grid, 0, 0 radius. What is this used for? Oh, I think we're just making sure that it was going to the correct place. Which means we can go back here and find the actual only usage of it, which is here, which is going to be here. And we can, like, even for ease of debugging, we can just like embed information into it, like, hey, like even if we have the name like entity position, anything that has an x coordinate that's not 0 is just going to kind of prove our point. In all honesty. Yeah, let's try this out. Let's see where this takes us. In this channel, let's go, dude. Yeah, I mean the good thing right on is that programming doesn't have a high entry of cost of entry aside from time. But like you can use some pretty lean stuff and program some really cool things on it. Of course, the opportunity cost, but you know, I guess that's the thing you guys are talking about. Huh. Where's this null reference coming from? Okay, what? Create entity is null? Request object from pool. Well, that's not good. Why is this null? Okay, let's just do this. We have to handle the scenario where the request is not correct. And also, let's get our, there's some math we can do, some easy math, to make our table actually respond to changes in here. The simplest being, hey, just make board height be a constant for calc x. Move these bad boys over here. Simple. And then the math is just gonna be, yeah, these just added together. So you can go to, and then also on the y, move this out as well. You can go here. Don't need this actually. Resource name, okay, object container, object pool. Okay. That's not the place I want to be in. This is, nope, that's math utilities. That's random selection. That's the shell generation. That's the application. Okay, where's table? There we go. Yeah, you're no longer going to be this. You're going to be, I don't know, game board dot length in meters. Actually, no. Oh, I didn't make it public, did I? No, I did not. Should probably do that. In fact, we can just do the math here. Ew. There's some weird stuff going on with this as well. Because this is what? We're all integers here. Just get good. I'm trying to get good, Oliver. I'm working on it. I'm resting. I'm staring at Unity. Yup. You can't escape it, Kelvin. So, this should be easy. Const float. It should be integer. This should all just be ints. I think I use float just to not lose precision, but eventually it just gets collapsed down to integers. So I'm just gonna do that. View width, and it's just gonna be left cell margin plus right cell margin. height, it's simply just going to be cull half height times 2. Again, I think there's going to be some weird stuff from this because it's going to round to the nearest even number. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. And then over here, view max is going to be game board dot view height times game board manager dot view width. No, actually. And then we also want to add the padding as well, just in case there's some edge cases where we need a little bit more space. So we do times 1, and that's what view max is going to be equal to. And then we can go back here. Hopefully that addresses things. I'm hoping it's just that simple, but we'll see. So I'm not seeing an exception. I'm also not seeing anything here. Actually, I'm seeing some stuff, but it's like really, really odd. I think we are also be beyond the origin point. So I'm curious, are we going to see the same issues we had where we have a bunch of spheres where they don't belong? That's where the player is. There's like a sphere in its general vicinity. There's actually sets of spheres like aligned at all these different weird intervals. So where do you belong? One thing I will say though, changing the calculation for sine and cosine has already changed we're not seeing those lines of spheres where they used to be like lined up at the origin. Now it's like something more odd and sporadic that I can't really put my finger on. Also, that's odd. Why is the FPS tanking when we go up and when we go down? It's like crazy. That is really weird too. Brother, okay, we're just gonna have to do this. We have to write unit tests. 'Cause there's so much variables and oddities going on. There's so many weird oddities going on here. I think I'm just gonna have to lock this down. Go full martial law. Enforce order. And like unit test the crap out of the functions to make sure everything's behaving exactly the way I believe it should be. There's like one little game object that's going where I want it to actually, but everything else, nah. It's a crazy regression we have going on there. That is nuts. That is wild, man. That is so wild, man. Why is this not... Oh, the culling. I spent so much time trying to implement like this fancy thing, man. But right now the math I had in mind is not mathing right now. It's not. And like in my mind, I was like, this is gonna be pretty simple. This stuff is very simple. But let me do something real quick. Let me reintroduce. Oh, I didn't correct for this either. Whoops! I did half of the math correct. I forgot to. We have to actually do times math f degree to rad if we're gonna recalculate these sine functions on runtime. So you have to actually add math f degree to rad, and then this should work. Okay. I was gonna. All right. Forgot to do conversion. Like, this is the last piece. The two major pieces of the puzzle are just this: the culling and the culling and the shells, the procedural shell or chunk generation. Okay, it's working more kind of how I have in mind, but also not really. But also, are we seeing this weird ring form? Well, it's by the player. Do we see any other weird rings forming around here? I actually don't. So I think the sine function caching thing was partly part of the issue, partly to blame. Because now if I were to introduce the calc, the cached calc thing, so go here, comment this out, and then use the table for lookup. In fact, we should just do mathf round to be safe. Why is this not rounding the way I want it to? What is going on here? Oh. I think like the whole point of math f round is that. Oh. Yeah, it's the fact that it's supposed to be rounding to integer value. Is it rounding to like a double or what? Okay, 1 second. Is that also, am I, brother, am I having, is my brain pudding right now? I'm gonna lose it, dude. Okay, whatever. Compile, let's see how this looks. 2 ant baby, thank you, Kelvin. Lowercase. Two and there we go. Yes. We need 2 math f functions. Yes, one wasn't enough. It's great. We have 2 math f libraries, and then we also have the math library. It's fantastic. I love it. And then I have to like write my own math utilities library as well. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, that resembles the culling I'm supposed to be seeing here, kind of. Just in the forward direction, and not just one line. Yeah, the variability in perf is really weird to me, though. That is something that I am finding strange. Because the way it's like implemented, there's a lot of just fixed. There's a lot of fixed point iterations where it's like it's gonna be the same cost no matter what. So the fact that there's like that wide gamut is very weird. I'm not seeing the long line of stuff. Even using our well, let me make sure we're using the actual lookup table instead of calculating sine and cosine again. Yeah, let me add like all these explicit errors to make sure that we're getting the things, catching every single possible thing that's wrong with the way we've implemented stuff. And you know what? The pool should be, if we go to FNF and we go to the pool size should be calculated based off of game board dot view height times game board dot view width. Oh, I should just make a constant for this. It's like total counts, but whatever. We should also specify that this is like view index size. Let's go, dude. Come on. I believe in you, dog. You can do it, man. It's like kind of working, but it's at an offset. It's also size 2. Was it really just we didn't have enough? Maybe we're not handling air pool underflow well enough. But no, we have enough to occupy all of this. So I guess the creation logic is the model update is where things are going wrong. Because as far as the object culling things, it's not culling things that are perfectly in view. So that means that's correct. Which means model update is probably where the failing is happening. Because it's only creating a small thin strip of objects. And then let me make sure that everything outside of the view is also being culled as well. So we see this, but there's nothing. Is there anything else outside this view? No, so everything, it seems like things are being recycled correctly. So the object color is working. I think the model update function just needs some work. Are we getting closer to this? Are we getting close to having this properly work? Oh my goodness, that's gonna be fantastic. I'm gonna be so happy. Yeah, we have to change these all. Actually, did I do that correctly? Actually, what am I doing? There's nothing to delete. There we go. I wonder if that fixes anything. Also need to go sleep, yeah. Just got a reminder right now. Alright, guys. Like 7 more minutes and I'm gonna call it. But I think we're super close, man. We're super close. I feel it. I feel it. I can feel it in my toes, man. Something in here on update model. We corrected the buffer range that we iterate from. Let's even specify this is index. Buffer end index. Yeah. I think the math is correct there. We iterate through the buffer. We should do it inclusively. That's also important. We get the slot from there, from the index we're starting at. And then we deal with that. Like, I wonder if, like, is this buffer's end index and start index really? Because I'm doing minimum either model length, like the smallest thing between the length of the entire buffer, and so like if this exceeds it, which can happen, we use model length. It should be -1, so we don't get an index out of bounds exception. And as for the buffer start, we either use 0 if this is smaller than 0, or min x times board height, which seems correct to me. So the range we iterate on seems to be right. We get the slot from there. We check to see if the slot is alive. We continue. We get the slot Y position. We do some culling based off of that. What is the culling, or what is determining if it should fail? Because maybe this is being too permissive. It should be called don't spawn. So don't spawn is if we flip it, if we're flipping inclusion, it's backwards. Slot Y, I had this backwards. No, I didn't. What? Wait. Don't spawn if slot Y is greater than min Y. Oh, this is a condition where it's like outside of range. It's out of range. So if we're flipping, if we do the flip, we check to see if slot Y is greater than min or is less than max Y. So these are two places where it can fail. If we're flipping the inclusion. Otherwise, we're not flipping the inclusion. Then if it's less than min Y or greater than max Y, and if it's out of range, we continue. If this exists in the scene, which we can keep this a Boolean. Not equal to -1. So if it exists in the scene already, we don't need to create it. Then we just move on to create entity slot. And then we add it to the our view lookup table, and then we know it exists, right? Honestly, I should just change this to be a Boolean. I don't know, whatever. Or maybe I can have an override of this, or another implementation of this with a different signature. Because this is really just a find key thing. Oh, 1 second. Am I getting a bunch of Discord notifs somewhere? I don't know. Also, people joined. Welcome, Lilith or Lily. Glad to have ya. As well as MClap. Got some new friends in the Discord. And we have some questions for me as well from Lilith. Wondering if I could share my game engine with you. Yeah. Look through it. Sweet. Okay. Hey mate, what are you making? Just a game. It's a 3-week game project. Let's go on backdoor factory and Abood. What is a culling function? It determines what things should be hidden from the view and which things should be, what objects should be shown and which objects should be disabled, so that you don't have to pay a price of rendering it, even if it's like occluded, which is, you know, bad. You don't want to have a bunch of objects rendering that, and where 90% of them are not being shown to the user. So gotta make the most of the hardware, right? No, it's not like LOD, because LOD is a way of showing a lower topology mesh. Culling, lower topology mesh the further away it is from the view. Culling specifically is a way of just disabling entire objects that are not going to be in view people. So a simple one is like Fristrom culling. In fact, let me go to the Discord. I know for one of the dev updates when we were doing Messy Mansion, I had a much more in-depth explanation of it. Yeah, for this game. Yeah, here we go. So like, there's different types of culling. So there's culling where, Fristrom culling, where this is the camera and this is everything the camera can see. So objects outside of the camera should not be drawn at all, right? You're not going to pay the price of drawing these objects. So that's one type of culling. We're culling these objects out of being rendered based off the Fristrom. There's back face culling where there's triangles that are not facing the camera that are not going to be visible, so we just choose not to render them, and instead we only render the triangles that are facing and visible to the camera. And then there's occlusion culling where there's objects that are in the scene and in the Fristrom, but they're blocked by other objects, so you're not going to see them, so there's no point in paying the price of drawing these objects. It's like quad overdraw. And that's occlusion culling. You're culling objects that are being occluded. And there's different ways of going about it. For this game, because we have things wrapped around a cylinder, there's like a simple mathematical way to kind of understand if an object's occluded or not. And that's what I'm using currently to do that, and also recycle objects into this pool. And I've just done some... This has turned to somewhat of a 3-day side quest to have this cull things properly. But I feel like we're getting closer to the, I feel like we're getting closer. Also, I can't use this because the input parameters are the same. So it's ambiguous. Oh, how terrible. How terrible. So I can't just use this Boolean function. What I can do instead is have like a find key, which returns index. Have it be this. Have it be vector2 key, and then have this still be a Boolean, and then have this be like, hey, find key not equals to -1, because -1 is a failing value. And then in our function where we use this, we're going to change this from contains key to instead be find key. Cool. And then our API is going to be simplified now, because then we just do existing scene and it just works. So if it exists in scenes, we continue. There's no need to request another object from the pool. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like my logic is pretty good here. So I'm struggling with figuring out where exactly. I'm struggling with this. Because either we're not creating the objects or we're creating the objects but then they're getting culled prematurely somewhere. Either way, I don't like it. Something odd going on. Okay. This is terrible. This is bad. And this does not scale well with the bigger view frustum as well. So I can do something like increase offsets to compensate. But that's not going to do what I want it to do. Also, like, what is going on here? We're not seeing anything now. Like, there's nothing. All the objects are gone now. So I wonder... We should have something for just throwing, where if this fails, we just throw. We don't even tolerate having bad values. Of course, potential. And it's not 3 a.m. Yeah, but I have to like go to sleep now, dude. It's a work day. It's a work day. I went longer than I should have, honestly. I'm kind of sad. I wish I got more done. Like we got better stuff. I don't know why it's. I know why it's performing worse now, because the way it scales is terrible. The way this is scaling with the way we search up this object pool is like, it's really inefficient, man. There's like a lot of inefficiencies going on here that need to be addressed. Let me try making this smaller though. Like this is gonna be. Maybe return it back to where it was. And see what happens from there. Oh my goodness. So is there anything popping up anywhere? Let's see. Let's go to the pool here and let's just go through the container and anything exists anywhere. No, we see their positions though, so that's cool. So it's not like we're out of, like we've over requested. None of them are being requested. So something is just failing now. Straight up. Because now we're not even seeing anything at all. And what's the diff for this? Like we moved around the pool size creation. Got rid of stuff we're not using anymore. That's fine. Yeah, stuff we're not using. Moved constants out to be fields. We switch our rounding to be more correct. We made that inclusive. Cosmetic stuff, no change there. I wonder, like, how many things are being... I'm kind of curious now, because I feel if it's the object, the color being way too active, then even though we see 0 things, we should be seeing a bunch of things being removed. Okay, let's try that out. Probably like 4 hours and 50 minutes, close to 5 hours. No, I'm using Vim. Okay, we have to actually either glory or another day. I really need to work on assets, dude. I've been so preoccupied with technical stuff that I've been neglectful of the actual assets gameplay. I mean, that stuff should be way simpler compared to this, but it still takes time. Okay, so I'm still seeing nothing. And I'm sorry, I don't see a single cult. And we did this, we made sure that it's built and up to date. So that means nothing is matching our requirements. Well, that's even more interesting. That is even more odd. Nothing's getting cold. We're going from 87 to 94, 55 to 63. That's valid. Those are perfectly fine values. So we're not, even though we have these values, 87 to 94 and 55 to 63, we are not passing this creation thing. So the issue is somewhere in model. Min x, max x, min y, max y. Yeah. Like we're not getting past, we're not getting to here. That's essentially what I'm seeing that's happening. We're not creating any entities. So either we're failing here, we're failing here. We're gonna breakpoint it and just walk through this. That's what we're gonna do. I wanna go to sleep, but I also cannot rest until I get, like it's bothered. It actually genuinely, I'm so bothered that I don't have the understanding of what's going wrong here. Okay, and the debugger is attached. So now we should be able to just run it. And run it and just see. Come on. I was planning to go to the gym at 5 a.m. today. It's already 1:11. Terrible. It's taking forever to load. What is going on, man? It's initializing debugger. Tear me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart. Debuggers don't take that. It does not take that long to attach to Unity. What is going on here? Something isn't sitting right. Is this my system telling me to just go to sleep? Is that what's happening right now? Are you putting me in a timeout? Terminate. Okay. Don't worry, I could force. I have ways of making you cooperate. That's the beauty of Linux. It's easy to force terminate you. Actually, i3 makes it very easy to do it. Okay. Debugger, attach. Nice. Unity. Responsive so far. Press play. Reloading domain, yes. Yes. Is the breakpoint where I left it? No breakpoint. Darn you, Dinkelberg. I specifically requested this breakpoint. Why? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you actually? You're not doing this to me. What? Oh my freaking goodness. I place it there and it says no. No. Oh, I'm sorry, horizontal chat. My bad, guys. I've literally, sorry. I've been so neglectful. My bad, guys. Easy way to make program more presentable. Yeah. A setup video, maybe. I don't know. I feel weird about showing too much of my stuff. But maybe I should. Okay. Okay, we open you up. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna take it as like my sign to just stop and give up and just call it a night. Writer, just open up. Writer, open up. Okay, it's too many instances of writer now. That's too much writers. That's enough writers. We have too much writers. Please stop. Okay. There we go. Okay. Go here. We get the breakpoint attached here. We attach debugger. It doesn't work. Okay. Okay. It's not in the cards for me tonight, guys. I cannot debug this in the means I desire. So, no, I'm not using SDL2. For my engine, I'm using GLFW. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. It has been my pleasure to stream for you guys and show some of the progress and the problems. Not as much as I wanted to get done today, but hey, you know what? Some days some days you're Carmack, and then other days you're a vibe coder. You know, like sometimes you're just a buster, man. And today I feel like a buster. So it is what it is. But we'll see how I feel tomorrow or Wednesday or whenever I stream. But as always, guys, thanks for watching. God bless, and until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.